Hello, hello. What's going on, everyone? Let's take that away. Am I late? I'm a few minutes late. That's not that bad. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's see how many people we can get in today's stream. Yesterday we had quite many, actually. It was kind of fun. Unfortunately, I had to cut it short, kind of suddenly, somewhat unexpectedly. Would have been fun to just keep going yesterday. Had a good flow. But anyway, I finished the particle work that I wanted to do yesterday, so now we can go back to level design. And lower the music maybe just a tad. So, this area is starting to get kind of nicely decorated. I mean, obviously this refinery up here is still almost completely single colored. Hello, Tutu. Right after lunch noon. Yeah. Is that right after lunch for you? Or right after lunch for me? I think we're a little past lunch here, but it might be right after lunch for you. Anyway, welcome back. I'm pushing kind of hard now on this whole game dev thing. And what better way to do it than live on stream? Anyway, I was just saying that we have this refinery up here which is still undecorated, quite obviously, and it probably also needs some more actual sort of gameplay relevant objects in here. But this area below it is getting pretty well decorated. We have this pipeline here which is not decorated at all and actually made up of just like these kinds of primitive object pieces here. Because of that, I haven't really put a whole lot of effort into actually designing this area. You can see here some area next to this cliff here which is almost completely single colored as well. There's not even any grass on it. This area might need the final version of this cliff to be fully decorated, but I was thinking we could maybe model this pipeline today. It's 10 to 1 p.m. here. Yeah, it's 10 to 2 p.m. here. Right? If I remember my PMs and AMs correctly. Never really gotten... I mean, I know the system, but I have to think about it every time. Which one is which. And my way of knowing which one is which is there's an Incubus song which is called like 7 a.m. or something like that, or is it 5 a.m.? I don't remember. But I do remember that they sing about it being like early morning, so that is how I remember that AM is morning, so PM needs to be afternoon. That's my trick for remembering AM and PM. But yeah, I guess we're both Europeans, so we can just say it's 13:51 here, and that would be 12:51 for you. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So, why don't we actually model this pipeline a little better? You can see that these things are actually positively huge. They're like really, really, really large. If we're a person in the world and we're standing over here and looking up at them, they're like, ooh. These like absolute towers But since they don't have any features or anything, it's kind of difficult to see the scale of these things, right? Put a mother vehicle next to them. So it's slightly difficult to position because it doesn't have any wheels here. And it is taller than that though. The mother vehicle is probably sitting at like roughly this height. I know for a fact that the mother vehicle doesn't fit under these. And indeed it's not really supposed to fit, so it probably actually is even a little higher than that, something like that. And the Scout is yay big. So they're actually really, really large, and they shouldn't be this featureless. They should be a little more interesting. It is still, of course, just like a decoration in the level. It's kind of like an industrial world, and so they have industrial things in it. Not exactly sure if there will be any gameplay relevance to these guys, but they still need to look nice. So we need to actually model them properly. And kind of interesting thing about this is that we need to model them as a sort of a kit, so that we can put together kind of like as modules. We have this piece here, which just sort of reaches up onto that upper level there. Then we have it continuing over here in this direction, and this is actually kind of significantly different from that one because these are very much lower. So either we need to make like two models for the tower. I mean, they're still actually really large. Probably have like there's a scale mannequin here, so it's still like that, you know, it's as tall as a house basically, these things, but still they're not nearly as tall as those other ones, so these things need to look good. This is kind of like almost like, well, it is partially submerged into the ground. Not sure that's actually really going to be how we leave it, but we'll see. And then it continues over here and they get like a little bit off the ground again. So we need to make something that kind of works with all of these things. We're probably gonna have to make like around, you know, 8 to 10 pieces that sort of fit together nicely somehow. If we go into the intro level, we have more of that stuff. Maybe we can turn off the nav mesh here. Make it a bit easier to look at this thing. Yeah, one of these days I'm just gonna like do like an 8-hour stream where I decorate this area. You can hang around if you want to or not, but this needs to be decorated. Yeah, we have some of these pipelines here as well. There's currently actually no gameplay taking place here. There's just a cutscene in this level, so I'm kind of free to make adjustments to this ground here if I need to. But we have some things like this. So we have like 45-degree angles and we have some 90-degree angles. I don't even know what that is. Is that like a 45 or 90? Or is it something almost 45-ish? I happen to have the rotation snap set to 45 here. Yeah, so you can see that it's like it's neither. It's not quite 45, but it's almost 45. That means that we can, if we make a 90-degree angle on a 45-degree angle piece, we can just make this be 45 degrees and it will probably work just fine. That will be just fine. But yeah, let's go back to the refinery level. And see what we got. Yeah, I wonder if we actually need a 90 degree. I mean, there's a 90 degree angle here technically. But there's just like so many questions about this connection here. Like, we don't need to necessarily care about all of this, as long as it looks, you know, believable enough. But maybe actually like 45. Yeah, well, this is technically two 45 degree angles, which makes a 90 degree angle. Then we have something like something much smaller here. I don't know what this angle is. This is maybe like 10 degrees or something. Something that we probably actually want to be able to make. And this pipeline here is kind of interesting actually, because like it acts as sort of like a level barrier. You know, if you play the game, like actually properly play the game. Oh. What? What is going on? Let's see. Yeah, we don't actually have it built. How is that possible? That's strange. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, that's still a problem. Which one is it actually trying to load? Probably something that I haven't exported. It's my call stack. Alright, I probably need to actually export this level here. All these pipes remind me of the United States Chemical Advisory Board. They simulate big chem plant accident. I think it's an Unreal Engine. Also pipes and reactors and whatnot. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know they had such a thing. Yeah, sounds pretty important to be able to do that. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to do that. Let's make that 1080 again. All right, so like this, and actually probably what we want to do here is actually run the game through the whatchamacallit. Oh. Data is not up to date. Need to export this one as well. I have a script that I can run, which just runs the level editor in command line mode, and you can give it a list of levels that you need to export, and it just goes through and exports them one after another, or it like opens them, waits for, you know, things like this light pro rendering to finish, then exports it. Make sure it exported okay, then closes it and opens the next level and does the same thing. And that's kind of handy in certain situations. But yeah, if we chose this thing. I must have gotten rid of the I've sort of messed up my save game here because it continues from the beginning. Oh well. Well, you get to see the intro to the demo, an early version of the intro to the demo. Yeah, so here we have these pipelines. And we have the posse arriving from over there. Sort of going into the level that we are all very familiar with these days. Yeah, there you can see that smoke plume there isn't necessarily matching exactly with what we did yesterday. I may be able to just take what we had yesterday and just like remove a bunch of particles from it, make it faster, and just make like a version out of that to put into this level. But yeah, that's something for another day. Right, so here we are arriving, and this pipeline here was kind of like originally meant to act as sort of a level barrier. Because like now you can basically, you can take this car here, and if we just take the Scout and just drive full speed into this. I'm not pressing the brake or anything here, but you can see that the car is actually braking, and this is something that I call a slowdown barrier. It like basically takes control of your car. Here's now a proper physical barrier, which means that you can't actually drive out onto that field because there's literally nothing there. The level kind of ends, and so we have a slowdown barrier, which means that you don't drive into the physical hard barrier in like 200 miles per hour, which is probably a good idea if you happen to be driving a vehicle that has like dynamic objects in the back or something. But what you can of course do is just drive up to the mother. Hello, mother. Mind if I use your crane a little bit? And you can lift the Scout over the pipeline there. So I'm thinking sort of what I want to do with that. I don't necessarily need to do anything with it. I think the coolest things are games that sort of allow you to break them a little bit. Just look at all the like YouTube videos from like Halo when someone is like going somewhere they're really not supposed to go. But anyway, you can take the mother vehicle, just basically back up to that pipeline and lift the Scout over and go like, yes, I'm gonna continue now, please. Something like this. Oh, we're sliding all over the place. Something like this. Maybe need to extend the crane a little bit. And I happen to think that this is kind of fun, that you can actually do this. So I don't think I'm gonna, you know, necessarily prevent anyone from doing this. I do think, however, that it would be kind of lame if you just fell through the ground. All axles are steering. Nope, not the rearmost one. Just the 3 front ones are like this. The rear one isn't. But yeah, if you have a vehicle like this and you just have like well, maybe the 2 front ones would work. I'm not sure. But anyway, this is the point. You can do this, and I think this is fun that you can do this. Problem is that the terrain ends here. There's an edge here. We can maybe like dip one of the wheels into the ground, and you can see, oh, now we're stuck. But we can of course use the unstuckifier to get off. Like so. So we probably need to do, you know, something here. Maybe we need to have another barrier. Right? That was sort of like the idea of this area here. You have 2 barriers actually. You can drive the mother vehicle here up onto this place here. The mother vehicle should not be able to get up onto the second one. And that is the important part, because if you can get the mother vehicle up here, then you can just lift up the scout onto this second barrier, which will, you know, make it possible to just glitch out of the thing again. And yeah, again, I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's just like the highest form of flattery if someone actually spends their time doing that. But that means that we might want to put in a second barrier here. And then maybe we can even put in some like secret or something, like, you know, behind here or something. I don't know. So that then makes the player feel like they're very smart, because they're like, oh, I knew I could cross that barrier there. Yeah, something like that. Here's actually a barrier here to just prevent the user from just, or player from just driving through. I don't think you can actually get there. I don't think you can get past the slowdown barrier on the other side. There's no slowdown barrier on this side, so maybe we'll want to do that as well. I don't know. Lots of questions. But of course, we do have an invisible barrier there at the end of the slowdown barrier, which is like not really explained. So what we could do, maybe, is just quite simply put another invisible barrier right around here and just go like, nope. Nope. Can't come here. It's not necessarily as elegant as some of the other solutions, but I don't know. Can you drive on this? Yes, you can. Cool. I don't think I've ever driven on this, actually. And yeah, of course, what a lot of games do is that they have like a one-way barrier. You know, those, if you played like Uncharted, every now and then there's like a ledge that you have to jump down and you can't come back up. And then they can like unload the level area behind you or whatever. Because there's no way of getting back there. But I don't think that really fits this area. To have like a one-way barrier that the vehicles fall down and then they can't get up, that doesn't really make any sense. So we'll see. But I think I might be doing some changes to this pipeline here, one way or another. And actually, what we do isn't probably all that important. So anyway, maybe that's enough yapping. I did look at a little bit of references here. I was looking at this, like, this is actually like a bridge support, not like a pipeline support. But it might be a kind of a cool sort of shape to have it sort of split into two because of the pipes running through it. And have that be sort of like the base shape for these guys. And then I think what we will need to do is the same thing we do here with these monorail supports. You can see that they're actually kind of tall. These are not necessarily finished, but they're actually modeled. And so then we have like a sort of like an end piece that you can just put onto these guys where it fits. So here we have like a very short one, and then the next one is like significantly taller, but it's just the same mesh. It's sort of a small hack that we can use for this, and I think we'll probably want to do the same thing with those, because they will be different heights. They will be of different heights. Something like that. Right. So maybe we should just get cracking. And since this is so ridiculously large, I think we'll want to actually put in some like maybe some like maintenance doors and stuff into that base. Something like that. But we'll see. We'll see. So I wonder how it would be easiest to model this. I think actually probably like start with like a Blender sync session. So starting the server here. Yeah. Apparently I've updated my Blender since I ran that last time. And we can just take one of these pillars. What is this? Blockout pipeline. Okay. Does this cover the entire pipeline at this level? Yeah, looks like it does. Okay. That's fine. So let's add another folder here. We'll just call this pipeline. Without the blockout part. And into the pipeline we will add a quick mesh. Quick mesh. And I'll take the transform from one of these guys and assign it to this. That way we get sort of like the coordinate system in Blender to match up with this, and we can model them sort of from straight on, which is pretty nice. And then we'll want to have some surroundings for sure. Yeah, something like that maybe. I wonder if we should bring in more so that it covers one of these guys that are sort of partially submerged there. That might be a good idea. Let's move it over there. Add like 100. And we get sort of like this whole piece of pipeline. I think this is probably a good thing to have. So let's go with that. Edit in Blender. Let's hope my Blender plugin hasn't deteriorated with time all that much. Random colors. Hello. Why don't I get random colors? That's strange. No, what? Blender die? That's not good. Blender is not responding. Oh, there we go. Okay, I don't know what that was. I don't get the random colors though. That's strange. I do like my random colors. Oh, wire color. I'm sorry, I'm clicking the wrong button. I think this is slightly changed from 4.0, I think. But this is an LTS version. So I thought this was just going to be like a very good version to hang around on, but I find that this version is actually like significantly slower to open. So I'm not a fan of that. Anyway. Oh, I remember this wrong, actually. Yeah, what you see here is not that the coordinate system is actually aligned with the object. The coordinate system is still the world coordinate system, but the object is rotated 41.253 degrees around what is that? X. How's that X? Alright, it's rotated 90 degrees on Y and then X. But basically, if we model in local space, we get it to match up with this thing, yeah. And then when we're done with it, when we want to actually bring it into like its own file, we can just reset the orientation and then we get it nicely there. Yeah, that's how you can sort of model objects even though they're sort of rotated in the level. You like my accent? Oh. Thank you. Thanks, I guess. Yeah. It's the accent of a Finland Swede trying to speak English, so it's like a mix of 3 languages all in one. Zig is ugly, isn't it? I don't know why they create that when we have C3 already. Alright. Yeah, I don't agree Zig is ugly. I think it's a quite elegant and beautiful thing. You're gonna have to do more than that to convince me that Zig is ugly. So I'm gonna take this bridge piece here and put it on my other screen so that I can use it as a reference. And then I'm just gonna start. I don't exactly know how I want this to flow, but let's just go with something. So if we have the split here, split sort of into 2 different, into sort of like a V shape, that would work quite well if we have this smaller pipe below, right? Like this. So let's bring that up onto like somewhere around here maybe. Should I like mirror model this thing? Maybe mirror modeling would be easier. So if I cut that in half and like take this, whoop. I haven't used Blender in a while and it kind of, I don't know if it shows, but it feels like I don't know exactly what I'm doing again. It's the same thing every time I come back to this program. Yeah, so we are in global, but if you hit like Y, it moves in global Y. But if you hit it twice, then you are switching into local space. This needs to be wider for sure. And then we'll take actually this guy and just probably extend it like onto basically this. I think that's probably like a pretty good max length, at least for now. And then we can put like the bottom piece so that it fits sort of on top of this guy. So then we'll have a pretty decent adjustable length for this thing. I want to snap to. No, that's not what I want to. This is the snapping active. No, closest vertex. There we go. Again, I don't remember how to do things anymore. Something like that, and then we can put a mirror modifier on this guy. So mirror, and now we need to do. Let's see. We don't want to mirror it on the X, but on the Y. Yeah, that's what I want to do. So if I take this and just go, whoop, yeah, that's what I want to do. Cool. And we can remove this bottom piece here. We will hopefully never see that. Alright, so what about this? Extrude local Y. Okay, this gets a little complicated now, so let's actually. Why does it have to rotate it on 2 axes? That's stupid Blender. It just like, it would rotate it around like Z, and then that would be that. So basically if I take this is how many degrees we want to rotate it. See if I can, oh, not Spotify, no. If I can sort of replicate the rotation using just one axis. So we'll reset that. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, that's strange, but okay. Why is it? That's really weird. I don't think it's ever really done that before. So it's basically lying on its side if we reset that. And also reset this. But now we want to rotate it actually 90 degrees on this. No, not 90 degrees. What am I saying? Rotate X. Yeah. Yes. So rotate 90 degrees on X. And then rotate 90 degrees on Y. So yeah. And of course the order matters here, because the X, Y, Z, so that's the order. Now we will actually apply this rotation. Rotation scale. And that's why that got messed up, because we actually want to rotate it on X. But we need the thing to be properly rotated first. There we go. And now we should be able to rotate... I'm not going to save this yet. Now we should be able to properly rotate using that angle that we had. But it's like the wrong way around, so it needs to be minus instead. No. So it's not that, it's 90 minus that. Can I do math here? I can, but it's the wrong way. There we go. So that's the angle we want to rotate it around world Z. To have it rotated in just one axis. Okay, that got way too complicated. But okay, so now we have it properly rotated here, and now what I can basically do is I can reset this thing, and we can extend these two guys. Extend Y and no X, sorry, and to 0. That didn't work. But that works. But yeah, I don't really want to do that yet. I want to... I'm so rusty with this program again. Happens every time, right? Yeah, that's basically what I want to do. I want to have like a small, like flat place there. And then we extend that, an X, there we go. And then we can set it to just 0. And there we go, now we have this is what I wanted to achieve. Okay. Yeah, that got way too complicated. Now we can put back that thing if we want it to match the environment there. Which we do, of course. Okay, so maybe we'll want to have this top part sort of cover these things. Then we'll have some sort of devices or sort of fixtures here inside of this V shape, which would hold these pipes together, if that makes sense. Let's take the surroundings here and merge everything by distance. That means that I should be able to just select that and remove it, and we have just the pipes there. It gives us a better idea of what we're doing. So that looks cool. Okay. There's like an even move that we can set on. Isn't there? Set snap base, set snap invert. It's like these move at different speeds. I can't have that. There's no even move in this edge slide. Why is that a thing? Okay. Well, in that case, we're gonna have to add a new orientation for us here. That's the edge. Just take that and make sure we have all of them. I want to basically slide them upwards a little bit. So, like, maybe we'll slide it all the way. So we need to do like, what's it called? Constraint. Clear constraints, no? Yeah, that's just like constraining the axis. Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna leave it like that. And we'll see where this takes us. And extrude that. So thinking something like this, you know, like where it sort of closes around the thing. I don't know. See how it looks. It's maybe a little too far though. Maybe we can close it with a bridge. Can't do it though if we have the mirror. I'm just gonna apply the mirror here. I want to mess with both sides here. So clear the faces. Select both of these guys like so, and then bridge edge loops. Is that a cool look for this? I don't know. I don't know if it is. In particular, I don't know if this will work when it's sort of like embedded into the ground, right? Because we need to keep that in mind, that it kind of needs to be able to support that sort of thing as well. But I'm kind of trying things here. Seeing what's what. Make that a little bit rounder. Yeah. What would happen now if we did like a finish editing? It would send it back to the... Yeah, but it sends it back in the wrong orientation. That's because we messed with the orientation. Yeah. Okay. I think this might have something to do with Blender 4.2 doing these orientations in a slightly different way than previous versions of Blender. And I would have to sort of somehow counteract that in my plugin there. And that's probably not really an issue per se. That's a little bit annoying. Yeah, now it has like some very small rotations and then 131.25. Interesting. So is that like if we do... I my Python? There's my Python. So 131.25 plus 48.747. Yeah, that's like 180. So it's doing this just basically like the same rotations, just sort of like in a you know, different way, like the other way around, things like that. If I just zero that out, it does that. Yeah, I'd like to have it do it like the negative way instead, to be honest. But okay. Let's move one of those scale mannequins here. Oh, I need to double click, yes. Scale mannequins, so that we have a better sense of scale. Like so. Looks kind of weird. It's a little bit like almost like a key. Yeah, there's a very famous Finnish key company called Abloy, which makes this classical key. And this, like, incidentally sort of looks a little bit like one of those. I didn't set out to make such a thing, but that's kind of what happened. Like one of these guys. Whoop. Kind of just looks like an Abloy key. It needs to be bigger, really? I think it's really big already. This might be one of these things where, like, it doesn't really look nice until you start adding more sort of features and whatnot into it. Basically, my idea was this: if we take this guy, put it in Blender, and then we do this thing again. Whoop, oh, not that. Zero out and rotate it like that. And then we do. Maybe we'll actually let's reset that for now and go into local mode, as I think it's called. Then we can just like add another one. Let's add like a cube here. Scale up the cube a little bit. Scale the cube a little bit on X. Take that face away. Move it down. Let's see where's the ground. It's like, yeah, that's actually not that bad. We would have basically like a base for this thing, like so. Just scale it a little bit in, and then we could even do something like, you know, like that, where we actually, I think we can even just move these things like so. And then we take, I just basically need to see how large that will be, something like that, you know, and then just like inset that, which axis is that? That would be Y. Inset it like that, and we'll do the characteristic sci-fi beveling, which you have to do by law if you're making a sci-fi game. Otherwise, they come and take you away. Everyone knows that. I'm just like jamming here. See how this looks. Still looks like a giant key or a bottle opener. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little strange. I'm not gonna lie. But sometimes these things need to look a little strange, and then you do something, and then they sort of work. So if we had now several of these guys, we could just that's not how you do it. What am I doing? You just duplicate these and move them along. Of course, we would do this in the level editor, not here, but just as an example, like this. And maybe like not all of them would have the door, whatever that is. What? Rotate, see? 180? There we go. But yeah, the fact is that they look like giant bottle openers or keys, and it's a little nasty. So we could make it like look more like this, where like the V starts lower, and then just have it. Maybe that is what you actually meant when you said they need to be bigger. Have it start lower, and then just have those pipes sort of hanging from the roof there. That could be something to try. That will not look good when they're sort of submerged into the ground, though. You know, we need a version of this that will work when it's kind of like. Won't allow me to do that right now. But anyway, I'm just gonna move this off to the side like so. If we just move that down, it'll look like that. I don't know, it kind of just looks like it's sort of holding it in place, which I guess is not technically necessarily that bad of a thing. Let's separate that out. Its own object. We have like the pipe like this, which is like running through that thing. Actually needs to be a bit higher. Yeah, I don't know. Should I just maybe not try to design this so much and just make like a freaking pipeline? Move on with my life. That might be a thing to look at. Let's do like sci-fi pipeline. References are always good to have. Looking at something. How cool is that? Yeah, you want to quickly go off on like a tangent and then look at something that's not really sort of what you're looking for, really. But this is kind of like a reasonable approximation of what we will need. These kinds of pieces for the actual pipes then. For the set. Apparently those are from Destiny. now we're like we're pretty close from pipelines. Pretty close, or far from pipelines is what I'm trying to say. This is also kind of far from pipelines. Pipelines in real life don't look very interesting in many cases. I mean, they do look kind of interesting, but not like design-wise. They just look interesting because they're like potentially kind of large and long and all of that. Do like Arctic pipeline. Arctic what? Arctic pipe. I can't type today. Yeah, they're just kind of like standing on top of pillars. Right. These things are really not very designed. Maybe that would actually be like a more interesting thing. If not everything is like a huge building. Not everything needs to be a huge building. Sometimes it's okay just to have like a few beams holding things up. Maybe that would be cool. So how would that actually then work? Like if we go to, we would have sort of like a, like we have two of these pipes here. So maybe we would have like a system that like goes in between those two. Or shall we say, because we have some pipes here that actually are just one pipe. So maybe we would have a system that goes under the larger pipe and sort of holds it in place. And then we would have like an additional piece that we could connect to that piece sort of from underneath, which holds this smaller one. So if you think of it like this, we have this thing. Let's pretend this thing can move up and down along these poles here. You then just have like a second piece that you can sort of optionally connect to this thing here. You can put a smaller pipe onto that. Maybe that would be cool. Kind of like this, but like rather than just having one on the above the side, you have one below as well. Now that looks kind of sci-fi-ish. What is this? Architecture of Doom. Few larger. What is that? That's a ship. Yeah, it's a ship in the ice. All right. Yeah. So what would that look like? That would look potentially kind of unstable because these things are so high up in the air. So then we would, we would ask ourselves, why are they so high up in the air? And of course there's a gameplay reason for that. You want the scout to be able to drive underneath these guys. So that is like an actual reason for that. But okay. Okay. So let's do this slightly differently then. I'm gonna cancel this edit. Bye bye. And we can actually just probably like move this or delete this guy completely. Let's see. Show advanced properties. CA20 blah blah blah. Might have created a file for us. I typically just go in and remove those because we have so many of these. Let's see, it's in the binary data. So it was something CA. Actually, it apparently didn't because we didn't save the level. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Yeah, the quick mesh workflow is also kind of nice because it saves the files in the temp folder when you are moving them between the editor and Blender. So you can always recover your stuff from there if you get like a crash or something. You get the last version that you actually sent over. Okay, so I removed some stuff here. Just undo all of that. Yeah, like a little shelf, exactly. Exactly. Maybe that actually looks cooler and more industrial than trying to like design a sci-fi pillar just to have some real world actual practical things here for a change. So because the direction goes a little wonky in Blender with this, I'm gonna do this a little differently. Right, I undid all of that, so I can't even. I got rid of my block out or my pipeline folder there, which is completely fair because I just undid everything and then started poking at things. So in order to not have to deal with that rotation thingy, I'm gonna do like, let's copy that and that and that. Let's copy all of these here in this this turn here, this 45-degree angle, and then let's copy that, and then we have like a sensible sample of this thing. And now we need to rotate this, and we need to rotate it 45.747 degrees around the y-axis. Nope, that doesn't look good. Or is it? Is that actually? Is that like world space? Let's see. Let's see if it is. Oh, it's actually maybe not. Probably need to rotate it like the other way. Yeah, that looks like it's now world space. That looks world spacey to me. And then we'll just make these a little shorter. So how long is this actually? Height 160. Let's make it 30. It's a little short. Let's make it 40. And same thing for this 40. Still a little short. Let's make it 450. Like so. Okay, that looks better. Now we can take all of these pieces here and move them to the new folder that I created, pipeline. Save the level. We will go with the bottle openers for now, but with the sockets they made them look better. Yeah, the base. Yes. Yeah, we will have the sockets, even if I do like a slightly simpler version. Absolutely, I'll want to have like some sort of base. It just kind of makes everything a bit more grounded. If we look at these pipes that are kind of submerged, there's only really the bottom one which is fully submerged, and we can even like dig out a small trench here if we want to not have them submerged, if it looks stupid when it is sort of partway inside the ground there. But I don't think it necessarily will be. I think it will look kind of nice if we put the shelf, as you call it, right here between these pipes. It might look kind of cool. This is the most submerged one. Then we have two of those pillars, and we have some proper base pieces for them. End pieces. I think that would look kind of nice. Anyway, now we have this thing here, and this is of course here just to be a reference for us. Nothing more than that. Let's move it somewhere so that it kind of fits in the environment, like so. And we can take, yeah, we can just add a new quick mesh here. And we take that guy and we copy it there. I'm gonna reset the orientation just to be sure. Like so. So now we don't have any rotation to this guy, and it's still, this thing might be like very, very minusculely rotated in some direction, but it doesn't quite matter. As long as we have it as a visual reference, that's going to be fine. So let's try to like model basically like this. Let's get this guy to stand basically next to it, because this thing is going to be like positively huge still. Really, really, really large, but it's just like, perhaps it's a slightly more realistic design for this sort of thing. Or not, I don't know. But let's go with it for now anyway. So, include surroundings, maybe like, I don't know, 30. It's probably fine. Unless we want that to be included as well. And 50 is fine. Alright, so edit in Blender. And Blender it is. Random. And let's look at our reference here. I don't know which one is like the most. Yeah, this looks actually kind of neat. In this version, the pillar or the support kind of ends here, so this thing sits on top of the thing. Here they sort of poke up. I don't even know what this is. Is this some sort of like reflector or something? I don't know what that is. But some of these things have sort of like a, it almost kind of looks like these fittings can sort of move up and down along these things, but that's not necessarily how it actually works. I'm sure like if you're like just thrusting these into like ice or something, then you actually want to make it so that it can move up and down. We don't do that here. We don't have them in ice. So actually this design here is kind of nice, I think. What is like an image search? How does that differ from just like a normal Pinterest search? Strange, I don't know. This looks pretty large actually though. Looks kind of large. Maybe that is about like what we're actually looking at here in the game. I don't know. Anyway, let's try to make something like this happen. So we can use this as the so-called shelf. So we'll just move it up. Move it up some more. Scale it along X. Scale it along Z. Yeah. So something like that. And the fixture kind of like almost looks like, let's have a think here. So I'm gonna cut that off, and let's see, it sits on at 0. So now we can just like with relative ease just do this with a mirror modifier. Let's get rid of that. Let's add an edge loop somewhere around there. It's another edge loop somewhere around there. Scale those in the Y. We'll do like an insert here. Yeah, we can do like a beveling that way, but do I want to do that? Not necessarily. Okay, let's think about this some more. I think this blockout pillar here is sort of messing with me a little bit, so let's merge by distance. Let's get rid of that. Mirror, like so. Is it running through the middle of it? Yeah, looks like it is. Good. And so now it doesn't need to be actually as wide as it is currently. It can be narrower. Something like that. And then let's do an inset with that. These patterns that it generates are a little stupid, maybe. No. No. Last. That's what I want. So scale it out a little bit and then extrude it. 0.7 is fine. Extrude 0.7. So now if we do not that, but we do that and then cursor to selected and we put in a cylinder with probably less detail than that. 16 is probably good. Radius, something like that. Depth is supposed to be really quite high. Oh yeah, we have the mirror there. Right, so this version is the one that sort of has this thing move up and down conceptually. Are those pillars maybe a little unrealistically large? Not necessarily, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that some more. We can always make it a bit thinner. I'm just looking at it from this like person's perspective. I'm like, yeah, they're actually really big. Then maybe we would like, just for like realism's sake, put in some like extra sort of support pieces that can be put onto these if we want to later on. I don't know. Now if we take this and we duplicate it and we move it down, we can sort of use this as a sort of rudimentary end piece here. See what this looks like. Scale that up, it kind of looks like some sort of concrete piece. I think like an auto smooth is probably in place. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. 3 days in a row. Is this what the kids mean when they say locking in? I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand anything of what kids say these days. I feel like I'm 100 years old. But yes, I'm pushing quite hard on this now. Just, you know, getting shit done. It's my current motto. I've been saying for years now that like, yeah, this is pretty cool, but we'll have time to fix it later if it turns out that I don't like it. And I have a feeling that like now is later in many ways. There's just some utterly horrible topography here that I want to get rid of. So yeah, I'm doing quite a lot right now. Just trying to actually make some put a dent into this work, so to speak. Actually get that demo shipped. So it basically means that I should get this this pipeline done today. Not necessarily the texturing, but the modeling. If I'm being completely honest here. So hopefully we'll do that. Okay, so if we look at these references again. Oh, what happened? There we go. Freaking Pinterest. It's a pretty nice service, but you want to click on a picture and then you hover on it and it has like buttons that you accidentally click. So what? This thing here that kind of holds the pipe in place is probably the next thing that we'll want to do, and then we need to do something different, probably for the bottom one, right? And now, if I'm being completely honest, now it kind of looks like this should be a little wider after all. So let's make it a little wider, but let's not actually break this middle section here. So let's just grab it along X and just make it a little wider still. Hello Heaven, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. We're doing some 3D modeling today. Probably some asset or level design if I actually make these assets look kind of cool. Right, so what is the scale of this? The scale of this is that like this shelf that we spoke of is now like the size of my house. Or like a school bus or something. Not sure if that is a good or a bad thing. Sometimes you model something and it's like, yeah, this looks good, but it just looks out of scale. Like no one would build anything of this scale. And I think we might be looking at that kind of case here. I think this needs to be like leaner, a little leaner. Because this leg here is basically the same diameter as this lower pipe. It's a little narrower than the upper pipe. But here, like this pipe is significantly larger than this supports. I think we should probably go for that. So let's make this even a bit leaner. Why can't I actually? There we go. Scale that down. Even a bit more. Something like that. Just see if we can make this look like it actually has some proper scale to it. So here the bottom, the end caps would probably be sitting at like different heights, to be honest, here. But I can't move one of them when we have the mirroring going on, so that will have to wait until later. Alright, so what about this thing then? So scale. Yeah, maybe this is what we should do. We should actually just scale it so that we scale it down and then we fix this centerpiece here. That actually sounds like a good idea. And then I can fix this basically by eye. It's not necessarily the most elegant way, and I know of ways to do it that doesn't involve doing it by eye. However, I think we will want to basically put these things together by eye in the level after all, anyway. Right, and now this doesn't necessarily need to be quite this wide after all. Yeah, the scale is a bit interesting to figure out sometimes. Kind of go back and forth with these things until you have something that looks like it might belong. And here we can get some sort of cheap variations with this. If we have like this shelf thing, we have these end caps, and we have the actual pillar itself as separate pieces. We can just get some reasonably simple variations by like moving these things up and down and having them even like for one of these supports, have them be sort of at slightly different heights. So just set that back to 0 and it should nicely fix that for us. Alright, that's looking better, but these things are still like super chunky. I think the pillars are looking pretty good now, but these are still super chunky. And we can actually scale it. If we, take that, and we take that, and we move the cursor to there. And we just move that, and we set the pivot to be 3D cursor. We should be able to scale it so that it stays there on the actual pillar. And maybe we need to move these. Scale Z. Yeah, now we need to make it put it back to medium position. Let's make this shelf slightly less chunky. And again, we need to put them back to 0. Yeah. I think the proportions are starting to look a little nicer now. Okay. Cool. So let's maybe add this piece here that is going to actually hold this pipe in place. And how do we want to do that then? I don't exactly know, but probably something like this, where we make it a cylinder. We rotate it around X. and we make it a little wider. What happened? Where did it go? Let's isolate this so we can see what we're doing. So rotate around X. Oh, that's okay. That's location. That's not rotation. Okay. There we go. Okay, 90. There we go. This is what I wanted to do. Okay. Right. So. Oh, we don't want to actually. Yeah. 1 second. 90. If you start scaling it, just using the normal scale controls, then you lose control of these settings here. So. Let's make that like 24 maybe. I want it to be reasonably detailed. And then we can set down the depth and the radius. I want to move it slightly, actually upwards, I think. Yeah, maybe something like that. So it's kind of holding it in place. But I don't think we'll want to have it like run all the way around it. We want to actually cut it off at some point. And I'm thinking maybe probably here. Something like that. Let's take those faces away. Let's what do we want to do? What do we want to do? We can probably have it intersect the pipe. It's probably not a big deal. But we can't have it intersected like this. That won't work. Right, so let's do like an inset here. Faces. Like this. Take that away, take that away. Put a face there. Right, so now we have it sort of like a this kind of like thing that holds the pipe in place. Needs to be probably wider though. Move cursor there and scale not Y. Scale not Y. Hello, Timeless. Welcome back. And that's maybe a little too chunky here at the end, at least. Let's just move that in. Oh, what do we have here? Some double stuff going on. Oh, you know what? You know what? Yeah. It's not double stuff. It's just I have the mirror modifier, of course, is part of the same object. So I'm just going to take these guys away. Thank you very much. Faces, yes. There we go. And that one as well. And these ones as well. Don't need any of the geometry on that side. There we go. Traction Point will be a single-player game. That I can say for sure. It might also be a co-op game or some sort of multiplayer game, whether that is co-op or not. Yeah, I actually don't want to have these upper sections here. I don't think they look good. So I'm gonna cut it off at like probably like that point. Like that, yeah. I think that looks better. Recording a video, Windows 10 on APFS. I don't know what APFS is. But maybe that's just me. Do we want to model this so that we actually have this inner part modeled as well? Maybe we do. Maybe we will have some of these like empty ones at some point. Scale, not Y. Scale. I want to scale it with 3D cursor. Scale, not Y. Yeah, that's what I want. So just move this out. Doesn't need to be so quite that thick. Scale, not Y. Something like that, maybe. APFS is used on macOS and just anything Apple branded. Okay. Is that like a file system or something? You can kind of see here that these tessellations on these pipes are not the same, right? That's not necessarily a problem, because these pipes are not necessarily the correct tessellation. It might be that this thing here is actually the correct tessellation. So let's assume that is the case. Let's assume that is the case. And then I'm going to scale this in. And then I am going to probably extrude these out. Like this. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I think this will probably work. With a little bit of work, it will probably work. I think what we need here is, let's like isolate this for a bit, because it's getting a little crowded with those pipes there. I think what we need here is to make it a little narrower. So scale Y. Like that, and then we actually bring these parts out again. So extrude Y to, oh, I need to put on the snapping to the vertex again. So extrude Y and to there. And we can turn on some sort of cavity rendering here to get a little bit more sense of what is going on. Yep, that looks all right, I guess. And same thing here, extrude Y and to there. Muffle, is that what it's called? Maybe that is what it's called. I trust you, trust your knowledge of supports. let's say it's a muffle, and that is now the official term. I think I want to put in, nope, X, thank you very much. Something like this, and then we'll want to actually bridge those two. I want to bridge those two. Oh, I took that away, so that I don't have. 1 second. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, those should be good now. Right. Something like that, and then we'll take basically. Let's see, we can take those away. I'm doing this probably like the most complicated way anyone has ever done this kind of mesh. Just saying that out loud. Grab, not Y. There we go. And then that can be merged with that. And that can be merged with that. Grab not Y. And grab not Y. Right, and then we merge those, or not merge them, but we put in a face there, put in a face here. That means that we don't need, actually we don't need that face. We don't need that face. Same thing here. Yep. All right. I hope you can sort of see what I'm trying to achieve here. Again, it's winging time. I said muffle because I'm assuming it's some sort of rubber type. I don't know. I don't think it's rubber. It's basically like this. This is my reference here for this sort of thing. I guess it's just some sort of like steel holder for a pipe or other cylindrical thingy, right? We do need to have some of these details here, I feel, though, right? Those kind of like cross supports. So let's make that happen as well while we're at it. I still have the mirror modifier going, so that's pretty good. Like, I can finally see this perhaps looking kind of cool. Probably made too many of those, actually. If I kind of bring these guys out, let's like extrude along normals, maybe. Right. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, let's merge those together. Like that, and then we can actually make this be a straight face, just go straight down. And same thing maybe with these guys as well. Yeah, I think this will look good. Industrial design by someone who doesn't know anything about industrial design. It's always the best kind of industrial design. But then again, like most people doing asset design for game dev have no idea how the things that they model work. thing makes sense. Maybe. Kind of looks like it might be holding a pipe. What is that snap keyboard shortcut you use after grabbing the vertex? You mean, so if I grab the vertex and I hold down Control, I can snap it to another vertex. So Control is the thing that like toggles on the snapping, but of course what you snap to is set here in this snap base. So increment is what it's set to by default, and the Control thing works the same. It just snaps into increments. My increment is kind of bit large now, as you can see. But yeah, I typically keep it at vertex, sometimes at active vertex. Active and closest are like really handy things to know. And active is what you need if you have like, let's like take like this thing here like that, and then just duplicate it like that. And then let's say you need to move it to along the X. Then sometimes you need to move it along the X so that like, you know, this vertex here needs to be along this side here. So then if you try to like just grab it and snap it, it goes like, oh, what the hell? Well, first of all, we need to restrict it to X. But then you go like, okay, so now it's actually sort of, now it's snapped this vertex to X. But if you need that, you just double click it so that you make it active. And then you set it to active here. And now we can actually like snap that vertex to the thing. That's very handy. Or you know, you want that center vertex there to snap to, like that vertex there. You can just go like bloop, and there we go. Just hold down X, hold down Control, and then move. I need to practice Blender more. Yeah, yeah. Don't we all? Don't we all need to do that? It's funny. I couldn't even tell you what the snapping was because it's just so. I snap so much that I needed to like actually snap something to be able to tell you what I was holding because it's just ingrained in my memory, which I guess is good to some extent. Yeah. Okay. I don't actually like this thing here with this thing just. This looks like a modeled thing. This doesn't look like something that's actually existing in the real world. If you have like just too many edges kind of arriving at the same line. If we do that, and then ideally if we make those sharp, I think that now looks like an actual thing that might exist in real life. So I think I might keep that. And in fact, maybe we should make, while we're at it, it doesn't cost us any geometry, to just set that to median point and scale along not Y a little bit. Although now we have this sort of like the same thing again, so maybe we don't do that. Maybe we just keep it like this. Yeah. Yeah, that looks like a holder of stuff. I was thinking I would make the top thing flat, yeah, but then it kind of, again, I think it kind of makes it look modeled. we would basically have to merge it with that, but you know, if we, oh, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Can't even quite make it. What we can do actually probably here is just merge all of these together. Just do it the same way around so we can use last everywhere. We don't need that last edge loop there. It's completely unnecessary. Yeah, so I mean you can do this, yes, you can do that, and you can even slide along the edge. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. It's a very minuscule detail, of course. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Let's maybe... I mean, I'm just putting way too much time into this, right? I think we can all agree. And I'm putting way too much time into this thing. And here we can even probably just get rid of most of these dissolve edges. Can we dissolve those? We can actually dissolve them. No. Yeah, I think we need to have the final pipe there to be able to see what it's going to look like. One final thing that we could do before actually moving on from this is to see what happens if we do this. Just right, I need to select faces first. I always forget that, like, if you select faces, then you go to if you select edges and then go to faces, your edges are deselected. But you can go the other way. You can select faces first and then go to edges, and your faces stay selected. Okay, so let's move those in. Does that look cool? Or is it better if they're just straight? I don't know. I have no idea. What about some like welded edges here? Broop. That looks kind of nice. So maybe we'll keep it like that. Like so, and yeah, then we can merge those again. At least sort of my way of modeling just tends to produce a bunch of like extra geometry, and then I have the programmer in me goes like, oh no, that's like a geometry that no one will ever see, like or like it's just part of the same face. I need to remove it immediately. Maybe clean up this just ever so slightly, but I think this is actually kind of nice. I mean, this face here now is kind of maybe a little strange, this guy. But I don't know. It's probably fine. Let's not worry about it. Okay, so now we have this shelf here, which we can still move up and down. We have obviously a pillar, which is like just a cylinder, basically. maybe we'll want to put some sort of like end piece to this, sort of little kind of hat on top of it. And then there's always the question of like, do you want to make it sort of like narrower or wider or something? But maybe we don't want to do that. Just so that we can put it at various different heights. That might be a good idea in this case. We need to do something about this bottom though. It's actually not even there. So what do we do about this? This thing is of course supposed to have that smaller pipe hanging off of it. But I still think we might be able to do something cool here. So let's try this thing. I'm gonna fill this out first of all. Just standard stuff. And then do a couple of edge loops. Scale Y. Something like that. An edge loop there. Move it like there. Something. And then like probably like extrude that in. Basically as far as we can go without having any issues with the geometry above it. Oh, what? Faces, there we go. And what do we do about this then? Maybe a slope. Is a slope gonna be good? I think that looks more like a sort of a steel girder sort of thing. We need to make that sharp though. And we need to make that sharp as well. Yep. That's probably fine. Yeah, because like just like a solid piece of steel of this size would probably weigh like 100 tons or something. It's like the weight of like a Leopard 2, just high up in the air. That doesn't really make any sense. But if it's mostly air, then that's a different thing, right? That's how I tend to think about it anyway. Now again we have a bunch of unnecessary crap here. We can just remove. How should we actually do this? All right, yeah, we can just remove that completely. Merge it into that. Merge that into there. And then just scale that down. Why? Now technically we could perhaps merge this as well, but I'm thinking about the best way to do it. Best way to do it is probably actually to use the knife and just cut one part there, cut another there. And now we should be able to just dissolve all of that. Now we just have some quads and triangles. Like Blender likes to work with quads. Edge loops and things don't work with anything but quads. But at least the way I'm modeling, then I just tend to produce a lot of triangles all over the place. Sometimes you see some like really good modelers and they just have quads all over the place and it just looks so good. Very, very good. Okay, yeah, I think that looks kind of okay. Maybe this thing needs to be moved a bit further out. Should that actually even be just straight up moved here? So to make that like a hard edge. I don't think that looks very cool. Let's have a slight slant to it. That's nicer. We have the technology after all. And at this point it's good to verify that we actually have the faces pointing in the right direction. As you can see here, like these end caps don't have any faces, so they show up as red, or they don't have any bottom face. And we'll actually want to get rid of the pillar's bottom face too. Just make sure that everything is wired correctly, and it is good. We can take that away. All right, let's. I haven't saved this in ages. That's kind of scary. Let's finish editing just so that we get it into the game and we can actually look at it here. Right, we are beautifully UV unwrapped and everything. And by beautifully, I mean probably like completely bonkers. But that's fine. Let's unbonker it. The great unbonkering. Yeah, that's kind of distracting. So let's put in, let's override the material and just add here like it's light gray. No, it's just gray. Block out gray like that. Just have a gray material. All right. Yeah, it looks all right. I guess. Maybe we should do the bottom, like this, the holder for the smaller pipe next. And I want to do that as sort of like an extra piece that can be, you know, bolted onto that main one, so that we can have places here that have 2 pipes and places that don't. I think we actually have 2 pipes in all places except this one place here, but this doesn't have any supports even. So yeah, maybe we'll want to put in a support here or something. I don't know. We'll have to see. But I do know for a fact that we have a few places in the game where we don't have the lower pipe. So it's probably a good idea to have that option. Maybe the holder for the smaller thing could look like an upside down and smaller version of the big main thing. Sort of like, yeah, probably. It probably needs to go all the way around the pipe, right? Yeah, something like that. And then it like I said, I want to kind of make it so that it looks like it's sort of fastened onto this one, like bolts or whatever. But yeah, pretty much just that. Right, so we do that, and then we add that cap to these actual pillars. Maybe do something a little more funky with these bottom parts, and then I think we have basically like all the core parts for the actual pillar itself. Then what we need to do is we need to make like the actual pipes. And they can be basically exactly the same as these pipes. Maybe just make sure that the tessellation is the same as these holders. And then have a bunch of different versions of those along with their these sort of corners or turns. And probably we'll want to have it so that we sort of fit together a couple of these into one, like a long one. I think this is now like a ridiculously long mesh like that, and I think these are also like just completely. Yeah, it's 200 meters. I don't want to make a model that's quite that long. It's also 200 meters. And so that's kind of interesting because that means that we get to sort of put together the pipeline out of like pre-made heights or lengths, just like someone would after ordering a bunch of these guys. But yeah, of course we can make more if we don't feel like it works out. But yeah, I think I'm going to make this the holder for the smaller pipe next, and then I'm gonna take a break and go have some food, a quick dinner break, and then I'm gonna continue. Because like I said, I basically want to get this done today. So just a heads up that is going to happen. Here's one thing that I want to do. That looks a little wonky. A little wonky from above as well. Kind of, not necessarily as wonky, but a little wonky. This doesn't quite look centered, so I want to make it look centered. What I mean is this. If we go here, we want to select. Let's see. We want to select those faces, and that one, and that one, and that one. Same thing here, and that one, and that one, and those two. Actually, maybe not. Yeah, not that one. Otherwise, we're gonna run into problems. And yeah, we don't. Yeah, actually, we don't want to select this. Let's leave those alone. Let's leave that alone, and let's leave that alone. Yeah, you can even see that. No, you can't see because there's too much in the way. Anyway, my point is this: we will want to move this along the x-axis a little bit. I think that might have been enough. Not quite. Yeah, actually we do want to move these. Let's move them together here. No, that's actually not. Let's move them without, and then let's move them with. Yeah, that's what I want to achieve. Now we got this super wonky piece of geometry there, but we can clean that up in just a second. Yeah, those faces, that just won't do. We can make that into a triangle and make that into a triangle. Like that. Yeah, now it's more sort of centered. Yeah, that'll do. That will do. Get it done and all of that. Yep. Okay. That's better. Okay, so then we'll take, let's see, select that and that, and move the cursor to there, and we'll create a new cylinder. Again, we'll rotate it along X. I think I used 24 earlier, so let's use that again. The radius, yeah, I don't exactly know the radius yet. This one we should actually probably fit just neatly around this lower pipe. And we can be very precise about it, or we can be precise enough about it. 24 is maybe a little too much actually. Let's use maybe 18. I think the pipe that we have here now is 16. Yeah, it's 16 clearly. So maybe we'll use that then. That'll be fine. And then I need to decide how wide this is going to be. Maybe not as wide as the big one, because this is a smaller one, so kind of makes sense that it uses a slightly smaller fixture, right? And then depth can be just quite a bit smaller still. Let's make it like 1.1 might be too much. I think it's actually quite good. And then we'll take yeah, let's do that. That's good. Move one there, move another here. And now I think we can probably like just take some of these faces and extrude them upwards to make sort of the piece that kind of holds this thing in place. So extrude, but not along the normals, but rather just extrude region. Rip upwards like that. That's probably gonna work. Let's make this look a little more like what we expect it to look like. So here we can isolate this thing, get rid of those pipes for now. Oh, okay, yeah. 1 second, I forgot about the mirroring again. So yeah, we just want to, you know, remove a bunch of things from this side. Not from that side, though. Actually just remove or disable the mirroring for now. Just take that away, and that, and that. Oh, but I broke it. Did I break it? I think I broke it. That's not good. Let's cut that there. And there. And I will disable the mirroring. Faces. There we go. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. So now then, merge those together and those together. Just take those and move them down. So how do we want this fixture to actually look like? Something like that. It looks very strange, of course, without the pipe, but then when you get the pipe there, you kind of realize, oh, okay, that's what it's doing. And we will just end this by just putting some big bolts through the whole thing. And of course, I don't have mirroring along more than one axis, so now we only have one of these sides actually modified the way I want it to be. That should be actually not that difficult to fix. Let's invert the selection, hide everything else. Now we can just take that face, move it down to there. I think I folded that into that. Yeah, I should have done this with a bit more care, but okay. Let's fix this thing. Oh. Move along, not Y. That's good. And of course, when I say like not Y, when you're snapping to like an axis, you can just hold X and it moves only along X, and Y and it moves only along Y, and so on. And if you click like or hold Shift X, it moves along anything but X. So that's what I mean when I say snap to not Y or not C, whatever. Let's dissolve that. Actually, let's dissolve those edges. There we go. So that looks better. Auto smooth. But we don't probably want to auto smooth that or that. Let's make them sharp. Yeah. That will work, that's fine. Let's add those bolts there. It's gonna be fine, it's gonna be fine. How do we want to do that? Let's unhide everything. And maybe... I have the mirroring there, so that should be okay. Let's mark those as selected and move the cursor there so it moves right between them, and then let's add another cylinder, the rotation just as before. This can be just like 8 or something, so very, very small. Number of faces. scale Y, just a little bit like that. I mean, that looks beautiful, doesn't it? Let's see. Auto smooth. Yeah, that we have the auto smooth angle a bit too low to actually handle that, but then we get all kinds of other things that we don't want to. Yeah, that's not terribly good. Hmm. 12. Scale not Y, and then scale Y. And then auto smooth, yeah. And it needs just a bit more to let those get actually smoothed. All right. Does that look fine? Kind of think it does. What if we do like a smart UV project here? Should get some sort of projection. That's probably fine. Let's just fold that over and finish editing. And let's have a look. What do we have? That will probably work. Yeah, that will probably work. Like the pipe is clearly sort of like the biggest and the largest, and the sort of main character in this assembly here is the pipe, which is of course not a bad thing at all, because the pipe is the thing that is supposed to be kind of makes it more believable. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's gonna work. So we can just chop that up into pieces and then go to town actually designing this thing. But I'll put that top cap on that pillar and maybe see if we can do something more interesting with the bottom part as well. But that shouldn't take long. So then we basically just have the pipes and their corners to figure out. And that indeed shouldn't be that big of a thing either. Anyway, I am going to go take a quick bite. So I'm going to leave the stream on. I'll be back. Shouldn't take all that long. But right. I'm just looking at Discord here. Tutu aka Decker have some pipes for me. Pipe truss, yeah. Yeah, those are not bad. Those are not bad at all. Yeah, sorry I didn't realize that you had posted these previously, but we'll need something like that, yes. Not exactly sure how I will be handling it. Up here in the refinery, I actually did these with geometry nodes. Based on some tutorial that I found online, but you can actually sort of have like what am I trying to say here? You can actually have curves that sort of you paint and or paint or sort of like design in Blender, and then you have geometry nodes figuring out where you need to actually add sort of connection pieces. So these things here, for example, this is sort of like a big connection piece that starts here. It's a little bit difficult to see, but it ends here. And then you have these smaller pieces here. This was all done with geometry nodes. That's kind of fun. It's a fun little thing to use geometry nodes for. I don't think I will necessarily do that today. Like, we don't really have sort of this kind of splits in the pipeline, at least not right now, but we could easily make this sort of piece. And I might be mistaken, but I think I had to actually like design these fittings myself, and then just have sort of geometry nodes kind of instantiate them at the correct places. But anyway, these kinds of fittings would be kind of easy and handy to have for these things as well. And corners also look kind of nice, at least sort of in a sci-fi setting with these fittings on. So maybe I'll just do these like 90 and 45 degree angles with sort of like a fitting, and then you can just take a straight pipe and just plug it into both sides or something. That might be a way to do it. But yeah, we'll see. We shall see. We shall see what we end up doing. Anyway, let's put up the sign telling folks that I will be back. It says lunch break. It's actually dinner break, but who cares? So I will be back in probably like 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that. If you need to run during that, then thanks for hanging out so far. Hope to see you in the next video, and if you're still here, then see you in a bit. All right. Hello again, everyone. Let's get back to it, shall we? I was actually thinking of something during my lunch break. What is the easiest way for me to get Project Slide running? Probably just running it from here, right? Yeah, that looks good. So I was thinking something with the base, like the, what do you want to call it? The end caps, the lower end caps of the supports. I did something kind of similar here for the large pillars in Project Slide. There's the new game there. So if you just fly around here. Oh, this doesn't have the speeds adjustment that I have in Traction Point, unfortunately. But yeah, this thing has like these kind of bases that look like this. I think this looks kind of neat. This looks kind of neat. Maybe we'll want to do something similar for those pillars as well. Yeah, I do like this. There's like a couple of videos on the channel of how I did this. I do actually like this model quite a lot. It has like specular maps and everything. This sort of corrugated steel thingy. And yeah, maybe we'll actually get to use this model somehow in Traction Point still, because technically this game is supposed to take place in the same universe as Traction Point. So yeah, I think that's size there. Maybe that should be roughly like comparable to what we have here. Let's see. I'll make this smaller. Right? It's not like that big of a difference between. It's a little wider, sure. And both of them are positively huge, of course. Yeah. We'll see. We will see. Hey, developer, welcome back. What's going on? How cold is Finland now? We got our first snow yesterday in southern Finland. But that was gone by the evening basically, and now there's like slush coming down, so it's around 0 degrees Celsius thereabouts. Something like that. Right. Just looking at this tower here, I kind of like the slightly wider version. Looks better in the smaller screen. What is the difference? These are different games. What is the difference? Different products. Yeah, that's the older version. Oh, you haven't seen this? This is the thing called Project Slide, which is sort of like the precursor to... Not precursor, but it's sort of like an earlier revision of this project. Which has like combat and all kinds of things, but just took forever to make. So I kind of put it on hold a little bit. I'm just comparing that one pillar base there to what we're doing currently in Project Slide. I've seen in your channel, yeah. The light looks a bit different. Yeah, maybe it is the same engine, like literally the same DLL. Both game EXEs are sitting in the same folder. They're linking to the same DLL, so the render is the same. But of course the art style is a bit more detailed here in Project Slide. But yeah, they are very much siblings, these two projects, when it comes to actual like tech stuff. The difference being that Project Slide is built completely in C++, while Traction Point's gameplay is Zig based. But yeah, this uses a pretty different. Like we just pause this here. Pause. This uses a bunch of like classical, you know, particle systems like this that I don't really use in Project Slide. I want to go with a slightly different art style this time around. Can even shoot things here. Are we stuck? No, we're not really stuck. Yeah. The combat in this game is truly horrible. I went for a more simplistic art style, yes. Just for production reasons, basically. I'd still like to make this incarnation of the game at some point. Maybe if Traction Point is a success and I get some money and I can hire like 1 or 2 people to help me out, we'll make this game. See like a a piece of a spaceship that's just like completely untextured, doesn't even have collisions, just drive straight through it. But yeah. Oh, I liked it. Absolutely. Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. There's some things that I wouldn't do this way anymore, like the cliffs, for example. The cliffs do look kind of nice here, but they just like there's a ridiculous amount of overdraw in this. I didn't really have the basis sync system when I made this game, which means that I just had like a bunch of I said that the combat is bad. It's pretty bad. This railgun thingy here has like infinite range basically, and it's a one-shot kill, so not much those guys can do unless you actually go pretty close to them and mess with them. But yeah, I do like this, absolutely. I like it a lot, and I like the art style, and I like the concept, and I like everything. Everything except like the combat and AI implementation here, and also I didn't like the velocity of development. But yeah, this game is the reason why Basic is as good as it is. I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying this is the reason it's not worse. And currently there's also some untextured stuff. Because a lot of the systems were just developed for this game, actually. Straight away, basically. Yeah, and you might recognize the engine sound from this game. Anyway, yeah, this was not really what I was supposed to do, but yeah, this game is fun. I should probably put out this build or something at some point. Car combat feels like GTA. I assure you it's not as good as GTA. Even though GTA's car combat is not necessarily like the best thing ever, but I assure you this thing is not as good as GTA. Not even close. Especially like the AI is just horrible. Well, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I just brought directly over from here, and more to come, probably. Anyway, I think I'm gonna make the base like this. So the idea here is that you have sort of a concrete base that it's standing on. And the pillar has this sort of, what do you call that? Sort of like an end piece, and it kind of looks like it's part of the green pillar there, but it's actually part of the end piece, right? So this, I think that's the same thing here. Yeah, you can see like the pillar is just going through it. So the idea is the same. You have these things up here, and the pillar is actually significantly longer than what that end piece suggests. So that's pretty cool. And what is it pointing at? Oh, it's pointing at a spaceship. How mysterious. And here's another one. Another one that's underground. And what is it pointing at? It's also pointing at the spaceship. Ooh. Alright. So let's go with something like that. Shall we? Of course, the the concreteness of that base needs to probably come from the texture. So the materials are obviously way simpler in this game. Oh, no, materials aren't necessarily way simpler, but the textures are way simpler. Anyway, let's continue where we left off before I had my break. Edit. And let's maybe try to pick up the pace a little bit. I don't want to hang around in Blender all night. I want to actually put stuff into the level. Could develop the first GTA-like solo game ever, yeah. I mean, I have the car mechanics, I guess, kind of almost done then, but then again, the running around mechanics, I don't have at all. So it would take me another 10 years or 15 years to get to a place where I could actually. What am I doing? What is Shift R doing? Isn't Shift R? Control R is doing that. Yeah. What is Shift R doing? Just pressing the wrong thing here. Is it actually just going between object mode and edit mode? Seems like it. I didn't know Shift R does that in Blender. Control R is what I want. Yeah, I do have a character controller actually. Character controller. Here we go. It's very simple, as you can see. Every game update. Update the start of the character controller by calling the appropriate methods. The state is updated, call update to advance the character controller in time and apply the changed state. Alright. And then there's a physics implementation of this guy. Yeah. And this thing actually does some things. So basically, yeah, I can move around capsules, right? And it should work. Actually, it does work, but I haven't tried it in probably a year or so. So well, maybe actually over a year. I don't think I've tried it during the time I worked on this game. So it might just be broken. But yes, I do have some limited character support in the game. But of course, I don't really have. Let's be honest here. I don't really have any skeletal animation support, so it would be a little janky without that. I'm sure you all agree. But if you join the Discord, wink wink, nudge nudge, you'll see on the... what is the channel? Is it GameDev? I think it's GameDev. I actually posted a video from the first ever published Basis game, which is actually a character-driven game. And that was put out, I think, in like... well, it's actually just one level. It's kind of a prototype. Physics has a default character controller. Yes, it has, and I bet I actually use that here. Don't I? Controller. PX controller. Create controller. Creates a new character controller. What is that? That's a PX controller manager, yeah. So you know, I bet this is it. This was written maybe 2 years ago or something. This was written during the Project Slide development, because I actually started Project Slide with Bullet physics, and now I have it abstracted away, so I can technically support both of them. But of course, I kind of don't support anything but physics right now, because it's using the physics SDK, the vehicle SDK, for so many things. You can still do basic rigid body dynamics and triggers and all of that. You can do it. You do it basic. No, not Basis, but Bullet. That should work. I don't exactly know how I want this end caps to work or look. But I think I want something like this. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. That looks a little weird. No, that doesn't look very industrial. Should it have just like a... what if we try something like this? Let me try to figure out what I'm even attempting here. If we do that and then Do the same thing on the other side. Take those faces away. Let's just unhide or hide everything else for now. So I'm thinking if that's just sort of like an end cap here, which is kind of like preventing the shelf, as we've called it, from, you know, going out of bounds. It's an out of bounds checker, is what it is. And it would probably look like this, right? To go like straight over. Not that way, but that way. And then we can rotate those two so that they're not necessarily always, you know, rotated the same way. We can do that quite simply by placing them and rotating them as we place the individual instances of this stuff. So it's just a small end thingy. The player shouldn't necessarily be looking at this stuff from like very, very close. Anyway, let's dissolve some of this geometry here. And there we go. I don't really know what I'm doing, and this is again one of those things that I'm just doing something and seeing what sticks. Don't really have a plan for this, I just know I want something here on the end. You know what this should actually probably have? Yeah, this didn't quite work out. Let's keep exploring. But you know what this should actually probably do? It should have the same sort of metal look to it as this actual shelf itself, where it's sort of hollowed, and this thing as well. So how do we make that a thing at the end of this? We probably make it a thing by, let's actually get rid of some of this stuff here. I need some more space to work. Oh, is this not? Oh, okay. 1 second. Merge by distance. Not hide, actually delete. Bye bye. There we go. Now we have more space to work. So I want this to have. Oh, it's this side that I can actually edit. Yes, cool. Let's think about it for a bit. Maybe something like this. Put a cube there. Scale it down. How wide do we want to do it? How wide do we want to make it? Something like that. Bevel these. Oh, not that one. Bevel those. Oh, like actually kind of far maybe. Want to bevel it far down here, not necessarily up there. We can always just make that a little individual origins scale X. Bring that out. Bring that back out again. Do I actually want that? Maybe I actually do want that. Because what we could do here is quite simply take those faces away and then extrude this down to that level, then connect these areas. I don't know. That looks like a little house. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. That's clearly not what I wanted. Scale those out. Bring it down a little bit. Inset. Oh, but I run into issues with the insetting. Can I inset just those faces? Is that a thing that I can do? Not really. It's not really a thing that I can do. This is like the most insignificant detail of this whole thing, but I kind of don't know what I really want to do here. And it's annoying. Okay, change of plans. Let's do something like this. Let's sort of mirror the end there. That should work. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this guy. We are going to extrude him up a little bit. We're going to extrude this, but not like that, but we're going to extrude along the normals like that. Then we are going to extrude this just a little bit. Then we are going to probably do this by hand, because I don't know of a handy way to do this sort of thing automatically. So I'm kind of thinking there probably isn't one way to do it. But there probably is, but I just don't know what it is. Right, so basically I want like Blender seems to realize what I try to do here and give me the correct orientation, at least. Oh, nope, no it doesn't. Okay, that doesn't matter. We can fix that. But let's see. Does this work out to like an even spacing here? It does not. How many? Yeah, let's make those actually wider still. That's probably a good idea anyway. So like, do that. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix these up. Now it just happened to work. It's a 50% chance that it's gonna guess it correctly, and it seems like it did. But now it doesn't have any idea what I'm doing. So basically this, remove those faces, remove those faces. I keep doing the wrong thing. X faces, and once more, like so. Right, so we need to flip that. Flip normals. Flip normals. Yes, that was it actually. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, that looks, you know, good enough. That will work as an end cap for this thing. At least if we do a little bit of sharpening of some of this. Oh, actually, I didn't want to do that. Actually, I didn't want to do that. Flip that one in particular back. There we go. All right. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. That'll work just fine. Yeah, it actually sort of looks like it did get the sharpened edges there correct. So now the question is, should I do it like that? Nah, probably not. Just leave it like it is. Yeah, that'll work. I do wish Blender's inset, I guess is what you're trying to say, would merge the points rather than inverting past, or have that as a toggle option. Yeah, but you can quite easily merge afterwards, and it usually just works completely fine. Right? You know, if we make like a, what do we make? So let's put in a Suzanne here and see if we can inset some of this stuff to actually have it kind of break. Let's take that one, and if we inset it, you know, now we have issues. This is a kind of a contrived example, I know. Actually, yeah, that didn't work. That's not at all what we want. We want like an n-gon for that to be an issue. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of get where you're coming from. I've never really thought about that particular thing. I never really gone like, I wish you would do that, but I guess that could be kind of handy. Just desperately trying to find a case to show this now, but yeah, it's not super important, I guess. And you know what I mean, I'm sure. So let's move on. Okay. Right, we have the end caps there. That looks cool. I don't know. Give me slight like Victorian London vibes. This design here, but It's like it's a little steampunk, this thing. It's a little steampunk. Is it maybe these bolts here? Is the bolt the issue? Yeah, the bolts reappear when I... Even though I hide them, they reappear if I go into object mode. I can separate them out and then hide them. Like, is it nicer if I just don't have those bolts there? I don't know. Maybe it's nicer. Maybe we don't need those. It's a little bit too Victorian London for this game, I feel. Not that there's anything wrong with Victorian London, but as an art style. But this is not that game. So, okay, that would be that, and then we still have the NPs there at the bottom. But I'm gonna run this by the editor just to see what we have, and I also have a chance to save this to disk. Yeah, it's fine. It's not spectacular in any sense. It's just okay, I guess. I think it might look nicer actually if we just move the pillars down so that they're almost like flush against the shelf thing. So if we take, oh, we have like an extra edge loop there, just take that away until we need it. Just take this guy and like move it down. Here we can actually use this active thing that I looked at earlier. So if we make that the active one, zoom in on it. Then we make the snap base the active vertex, and then just snap it down and closest is what I typically want. Maybe that is what is actually going to make it look cool. And then we can like occasionally have one of those be sort of slightly misaligned or something. That could be kind of interesting. Okay, let's move on. So for the base then, let's get rid of the thing that we have now. This will not do. And I'm wondering maybe we can just actually like now we need that edge loop. Let's move it down. Take this guy, duplicate it, scale it. Something like that, then we can get rid of that edge loop again. Yeah, because we will basically want to have the same tessellation level for this as we have for the actual like support itself. So now then, this needs to be tall enough that we can actually fit it in like a slope, but I think this is probably good. And then to this we will how should I do this? Should I like inset it? No, I can't actually inset it, can I? I can duplicate this thing. Can I not? I think I can. I can duplicate that. And I can scale it inwards. And now the important thing here is to make this look like it's actually sort of part of the support while it's actually part of this bottom mesh here. Let's scale it still a bit more, move it in, and then we'll take that and we'll take this and we'll bridge the edge loops like that, and they're actually slightly inside of that, and that's completely fine. That's actually pretty good. How do we do this? I have the same problem here with those. Maybe we'll do like every other one. We actually want to put in an edge loop here before we do anything else. Something like that. Now we will take this guy. Actually, we can do that, and then we can just add these faces to it. Again, there might be some Blender shortcut that I don't know if that does this, but who cares? Okay. Duplicate this, move it up. Oh, no, no, no. On that. Duplicate and move it up, 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 up. Like so. We want to flip it. We want to move it down to this level. And then we want to merge by distance. And then we want to select all of that. Oh, come on. Why can't I do this? And yes, I know about the selection modes. I just don't feel like using them right now, like that. Oh, no, but hey. The problem now is that... Yeah, those are merged. How did I actually... Somehow I didn't duplicate them, so apparently. Okay, so let's extrude it up. That's what I wanted to do. No, but it's still doing the same thing where it's like letting go of those. How strange. What is happening? Let's extrude that up then. And then we'll just put quite simply a face up there. Something like that. Right. Right. And I can do select more. And I don't want to probably select, I want to select just this. So I'm trying to basically replicate what I did there in the previous game. Something like this. Yeah, that looks all right, I guess. But now I might want to actually see what happens if I do... Oh, I can't. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Let's hide that for now. Yeah, we don't have a face here, but that's completely fine. Yeah, I want those as well. I want to like individual origin scale those guys quite simply outwards. See what happens. Individual origins scale Wow, that's wonky. Oh, I don't have that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's better. That's kind of what we want, but we also want the bottom ones to follow along. Yeah. Not the outer one. That can stay, I think. This is arguably more important than the top one, because you'll be actually hanging around this much more than the top one. Actually, maybe we don't want these outer parts. Maybe they can stay as they are. I think so, actually. I'll keep it sort of circular while making these things that are supposed to be kind of, yeah, supposed to be just sort of like these steel supports, be a slightly more realistic shape. Yeah. Yeah, I think that will work. It's arguably maybe a little too much detail for this art style, but we'll see. Like, you want to be careful with designing for this game that you don't like over design something, because then it stands out. You put it next to like this rock here, which is like super low poly, and the cliffs in particular are just like very, very low poly, and I intend to keep them low poly. So you don't want to put a mesh next to it that has like 10 times the detail. Well, the cars probably actually have 10 times the detail, but you want to keep that to a minimum still. Okay. Alright, how about that? Does that look reasonable? I kind of hope it does, because I don't necessarily want to do any more of this business now. There was something still that I thought about with the top one here. But maybe I don't need to think about that anymore. It's just that this pipe is a little featureless. But if we put in those sort of extension things there, and we start actually building those pipe lengths out of like shorter pieces, then that can actually probably work out quite all right. So let's keep it as it is for now. So finish editing, and we have this here. Yeah, I think this will work. I think that will work. Put some properly painted terrain and some rocks and stuff next to that, and it will just look quite good. And of course textures. Let's not forget. Yeah. So if you have like a very long length of pipe like this one, it would like at certain distances it would have like a slightly thicker piece, which would be like the extension part from like the previous one. And then we sort of started building out these things using those. They should be kind of alright looking, I think, and hope. Coolio. So, what's the next thing then? Well, basically we have these pipes. We have some of them still in the editor, right? I think we do. If we don't, then we'll get them through this. So I'm actually gonna write a note for myself here. Kind of cornering that we need. We need like a 45-degree corner. We need a 90-degree corner. or fitting or whatever. Then we need whatever the hell that is, but maybe we can come back to that later. There's two kind of wonky angles there. So that's gonna be fun. But actually I think those angles are like close enough that we can actually probably just make one angle and then use that piece for both of those. Might work, but we'll see. Maybe not. It's also possible that it won't work. Alright, so what do we have here? We have 90 degree. There we also have a 90 degree, and then it just kind of runs into nothing. Which is honestly probably fine. This thing is kind of here to prevent you from driving over there. Unless you really want to and you somehow manage to, I don't know, get your car up there by backing up the mother vehicle here and lifting it up there. If you do that, then congratulations to you. Yeah, you can of course always make these turns with like a 90-degree angle. Or two 90-degree angles. So we could even sort of go down and then put another 90-degree angle. Yeah, maybe that's actually what we can do here, what we will do here. So we sort of rotate this, make it straight, roughly. Put it somewhere here. Then do one 90-degree angle down and then another 90-degree angle, and then we can like fit it, rotate it so that it fits that way. I think that's probably what we will actually do. Doesn't need to sort of hug the ground like this necessarily. Okay. That's fine. So let's start with just a 45 and a 90. And what are the distances we need here? What are like... That thing probably goes, yeah, it goes further down actually. But like a basic distance here would be basically like two of these intervals or something. Something along those lines. What's the measurement? 38 between those two. Yeah, 38 seems to be like the distance between those supports currently over there at least. What about here? Still 38. Yeah, okay. So 38 is the distance between those things. That's fine. Yeah, it kind of remains to be seen how long I need to make those, but let's just make something. Those extension pieces and things will add a little bit of length there anyway, so it's fine. Okay, let's get to work. Right. And again, I will probably get rid of this stuff. We have a 90-degree angle there, and this pipe just kind of tends to be in the way here. It's not long until we actually get to redesign this in the level editor. Get rid of the vertices. And then like we have a pipe. We can create a pipe. It's not a problem. This is a little annoying when working with bases or the Blender sync system, that everything is triangulated because it's actually sort of being exported from the data that you use in the actual scene. It doesn't like export this stuff from like a Blender file or anything like that. It actually like literally exports the data that the renderer sees, and all of that is of course triangulated because the mesh converter triangulates things. So even though this thing is and wouldn't be triangles in Blender if you were to model this, it is triangles here. And that's a little annoying. Interestingly, it's also like has quite many edge loops. I don't think this is probably a primitive geometry object, so it doesn't even come from Blender originally. But okay, let's put in a cylinder, rotate 90, and we have 32. That's more than we currently have. We seem to have 16 currently. Yep. That's enough sea fighting to tell me that we are using the exact same thing. So it's a radius of 1. That's handy. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we need to actually merge these two together because this is a Blender sync file, so it will sort of throw away anything that is not actually in the Blender sync target. That's fine. Then we know that that is the size of the big pipe. What do we have here then? Is that maybe like I need to do it like this again. Just find that. Go. Is that like half a meter for the radius? Oh, let's not do that. But let's do that. 90 and maybe 0.5. Yeah. Alright. So I just made one large, which has 1 meter of diameter, or no, 2 meters of diameter because of radius, and the second one is half of that. Okay. That's pretty consistent and clear at least. Oh, and this is not part of that. That's not good. Let's not have that. So that, and we merge all of it together. Auto smooth. That looks okay. And now we kind of really don't even need any surrounding objects. Alright. Because we have this, we can temporarily now actually separate that out into its own object. Same thing with this. Separate that out. Let's move the object transform to set origin to 3D cursor. We can move that to 0. Same thing with this. Right, was thinking of what the best way to how to proceed here now. But I'll actually just merge these into this guy so that we don't lose them, because we have like the correct sort of dimensions here now. We can take this one. Let's take that face and maybe extend it a little bit. Yeah, the mirroring is doing its own thing there. Okay, so before we do, yeah, let's just apply that mirror thing, because it's getting kind of annoying to have that do confusing things. So it's gonna apply that. Yeah, now we can merge or join these two together, like so. And now we can take that, nope, that. Come on, there we go. One piece there, actually another one still. Separate that out. Separate that out. So now we have like the pipe is coming this way, and then we want to make a 45-degree turn. How would that go? So it would sort of fit onto this guy, and it becomes a little thicker. So scale not Y, something like that maybe. Yep. And now, of course, the question is, how do we make this this nice 45-degree turn here? Do we just do it by eye? I think this, I might be mistaken, but I think this is actually like a question that game studios use for like artists, or someone at least has used at some point for like, you know, when hiring artists, like how would you model a 90-degree or a 45-degree bend? There are, of course, many ways to do it. There are probably even some plugins that do it. That is now 45 degrees. And you can do it somewhat okay with just by eye, but it won't be symmetrical, of course, if that makes a difference. Which I don't know if it does. But okay, now if we take, like, we duplicate this guy, we rotate it 45 as well. Rotate it around the origin, but whatever. And we just put that there. Right, and then we take another one of these guys, rotate that 45 degrees. So here we now have the glorious 90-degree, except it's poking through a little bit there. Yeah, we quite simply, we need like a very sort of short piece of this Y. Like that. Put it back in there. just sort of slot it onto that guy. $90. I somehow messed up my origins here, but I'm just doing this by eye now to get a feel for what it would indeed look like if I did it like this. And yeah, I think we need to do better than this. We can probably do better than that, even with just doing it by eye. Can be more. We can do it tighter. Yeah, I'm not like super impressed with my effort here, to be completely honest. But I kind of don't want to start researching how to do these things properly. Kind of just want to do this and move on. So this may have to do for this particular piece of environment art. Which of course this is. Can we make it even tighter actually? Probably. Alright, well, any self-respecting game artist would laugh at me right now, but But not sure I really want to put any more effort into this. That's why I'm not a game artist. At least by trade. At least professionally. At least not hired by anyone to do this. Right. Yeah, no, I know a lot of game artists. They're very nice people. They're very nice people. It's just my insecurity shining through here. Maybe that will have to do. I mean, we can't make it this tight, this close to the pillar, because we won't have space to move that thing down. If we make it this tight, and that doesn't matter, we can make it, move it somewhere over there. Something like that. And now, of course, the nice thing about this is that we should just be able to take one of those pieces and scale it down for the little guy. So we duplicate those three. What is the 3D cursor? Is the pivot here? 3D cursor is over there. That's probably fine. So scale 0.5. Okay, let's cast them individually. Okay, that's fine. Let's still do it. I'll position them because, you know, we'll have to position these things anyway when we actually build, when we kit bash together these pipelines from these parts. We'll have to do the placement of all of them anyway. All right. Okay, so how does that look? It's kind of reasonable, I guess. It's kind of reasonable, I guess. With these parts, we should be able to do almost everything, I think. I'm hoping, at least. Alright, so we're gonna have to merge this together. I'm actually gonna just take these four away. These, not that one, but the small one, and then that one. I'll just delete those. And join. And join, so that I don't actually lose that. Oh, come on. Like so. Join those two together, and then we can separate them when we actually bring this into its own Blender file. So the last thing that we need to do is just make a bunch of these straight pipe pieces. Actually, should I maybe bevel, you know, this, for example, and also that. Should this be beveled? Maybe they should. But also perhaps maybe not. We have the edge highlights that we're going to smack on these guys. Maybe the edge highlights look kind of nice if you don't bevel them. let's not bevel them for now. We can do it later if we need to. Okay, so if we have like a piece of pipe here, and we'll actually make this like, what's the length there? That was like 38. Divide that by 2, we get 19. So if we make this 20, so dimension is 20. And I guess we can probably apply the rotation and scale, but I think I want to have the cursor there in the middle of it. 3D cursor, move it over. So if I wanted to connect these two guys, what would we do? Well, we would probably quite simply do something like this, where we have like, should be roughly the same width as that one there. So let's take this whole thing down. And then we extrude this. What? Extrude along normals. That's what I want to do. Yeah. Right, is that it? That might actually be it. Might be everything we need. Except we need like a smaller version of that for the smaller pipe as well. Honestly, that might be it. These pipes are kind of like, they're not very sort of, how should I put it, detailed. Almost like completely lacking any details. So I probably need to figure out some way to add some detail through like the texture material there. Let's get to that when we get to it. Alright, so then we just basically duplicate this guy, move it down, and take all of that, and we scale it down. And that's a smaller piece of the same thing. Right, and now we can actually just like dissolve those faces. We need this face here. We don't need that face. We can take that face away. Same thing here. And same thing with this. We can dissolve those edges. Like that. And we basically also want this to be the same length as the longer one. So grab Y, move it there. Oh, now we need the again the active thing. So GY and active. That's good. And like that. I think they should be the same length, probably, and maybe even have the same width for these extension pieces, but I'm not sure. I'll just move it a little bit further. And they don't need to be exactly the same length. That's probably fine. And then we again join those so that we can take these things with us. We don't need this guy. This guy can be sacrificed. Bye bye. think this might be it. Finish editing. Oh! Non-type object has no attribute mode. It's probably that, right? Is it? Finish editing. Yeah. Seems to be some small things that I need to fix up in the Blender sync. Whatchamacallit, add-on. There for the new Blender version. But yeah, there are some things in Blender that they're kind of confusing. Like if you have something that's hidden, some things just like they don't return it. Like it's almost as if like Blender doesn't know about it. You tell it like, hey, give me all the objects in the scene, and if something's hidden, then it like doesn't return it. So you kind of need to know that. And so if you happen to hide one of the objects, like the background object, for example, and then you want to exit, then you need to have the script actually unhide everything and then do the processing on all the objects, blah, 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 blah. So it's a bit confusing, some of that stuff, at least to me. Anyway, that looks like a pretty good starting point for Kit. So now we basically need to hijack this, as I tend to call it. So it's basically a term that I've come up with myself, and I'm very proud about it. So I do this, I do save a copy to the desktop, and I call it Blender hijack, or just hijack. And then I can cancel this edit. I can even basically stop the server here. Don't need the Blender sync stuff for a while. Now we need to determine where in the data files we actually want to place these guys. So I have like environment 1, which is basically the environment set where this level takes place, and also the intro for this level is supposed to take place. The one that's out there on the plane will take place in environment 1. And one might argue that this pipeline kind of belongs to environment 1, but what if it's not? What if it is actually used all over the place? Yeah, we could put it in maybe in refinery. Have the monorail there, we have the sliding door, elevator, car. Yeah. Yeah, these are the level specific ones. The reason I'm thinking about this is that typically these blueprints map one-to-one to an actual resource back here. So map refinery contains like a bunch of things. There's actually, yeah, there's some stuff in here that's level specific, but it's not actually. Like both of these blueprints have things in this. Okay, let's just create a folder here and let's call this like the pipeline. I don't even know what kind of pipeline this is. I'm not sure. I'm going to specify what pipeline it is. It's a pipeline of some explosive stuff. So here in work we can start to work on this thing that we hijacked. Let's copy that into the folder. I can call this pipeline. Let's call it pipeline kit. Actually, if we call it pipeline kit, then my naming standard is to have the folder be called pipeline kit as well. And of course that just means that it's made up of pieces you can sort of put together any kind of pipeline you want. Within the limits that the kit supports, of course. Okay, let's get rid of that. So now we need to post these things. I'm not gonna do a whole lot of cleanup here. That comes when I actually texture these guys. But I do want to place them and sort of have them facing in the right way and all of that good stuff. So let's start by just separating out a whole bunch of things here. Basically everything that we can individually place, we need to have in its own object. Let's see. So that one. We have that one. And yeah, we don't need two of these pillars, so we're just gonna get rid of one of them. Bye bye. However, now we want that one. Separate that out. Separate that out. Yeah, those are two different objects. They just happen to have the same color, or almost the same color at least. Like that. That's starting to look pretty good. There we go. And then we have that one, which is the last one. Okay. So now then, about moving these things into place. How do we do that? Let's like select everything and not delete everything, but hide everything, and then take one at a time. That's the small pipe. Right. So pipe small 20. Right, because it's 20 meters long. And this guy, it just needs to be posed somehow. I don't know exactly how. Maybe we'll pose it so that we place that extension part right in the middle of the thing. That we can do in a few ways. Perhaps the easiest is just to select those two, the cursor there, then set the origin to the 3D cursor, and finally just zero out the position, and there we go. Okay, and we need to do probably a smart UV project, but except I can maybe do them all on one atlas. We can use the same material for all of them. That probably makes sense. Okay, save that. So unhide that, or hide that rather. That's its surroundings. We'll keep them around for a bit. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that yet, but that one I know. That is the pipe large 45 turn. And I think maybe we'll put the cursor or pivot there. Origin, whatever it's called. And then zero it out, like so. And then the next thing is that one. Right, so this is what we call the shelf. So let's just call it the shelf then. Not exactly sure where we want to put the pivot on this guy. Let's put it right there in the middle. And then move it to the origin as well. Oh, I didn't actually name that. So let's name it shelf main, and then we can name this shelf small. And this thing now needs to have its pivot in the same place as the shelf, so that we can just have them use the same exact position and they will just fit together nicely like that. Right, so unhide or hide those again. So that would be the pipe small 45 turn. Cursor to selected and set the origin there. Zero it out. This is kind of boring work, but it needs to be done. We want to have this actually work. What is this? I don't see anything. Yeah, I wonder if that's like something that shouldn't be there. Okay, so then we have the base here. What is this? Or not what is this, but where should we put the thing? Rather, let's put the thing like in the middle of these two. Right, so in the middle of that, move the cursor there, and then we can set the origin to 3D cursor, set the 3D cursor to origin, or origin to origin, whatever we want to call this. This is like support base. More stuff that I can't see actually. I wonder what that is. That's strange. This would be support pillar. And I think the 3D cursor could actually probably be where it is currently there. Sort of like a good way down the pole. And it fits just neatly into that. That's kind of nice. Okay. Right, support pillar, support base. Okay, so we have this guy. Where did we put actually the... Yeah, we put it in the middle of that extension piece. So let's do the same for the large one. We need to do that, and then we need to do that, right? And then we need to put the cursor in the middle. It's not going to be in the middle though, that's annoying. So let's instead select that one and that one. Now we can move it in the middle. That looks better. 3D cursor, zero out the offset. It's good. Okay, so what we could do with these guys is turn them into those really short pieces of pipe that we need when we do like a 45-degree turn or something along those lines. So let's just move that there. It needs to be even shorter though. We can just set, that's a y-axis. We just set the y to like 0.25. It's like a very, very thin piece. It can be a little like 35. Like that, and that can also be 0.35. Oh, that's scale. Yeah, dimensions is what I actually want. So, okay, 0.7. 0.7 is probably okay. 0.7. 0.7, thank you. There we go. If I can type. and then apply rotation scale, apply rotation and scale. We still need to actually move the pivots. Okay. That's cool. Maybe this is all we need. So let's call this, this is the big piece. So that would be pipe, large, short. Hide that. And this would be pipe, large, no, pipe, small, short. Really just a thing to actually make it possible to you know, make those turns properly. And I wonder if we should make like 1 or 2 variations of those other things. Let's see. So now we have everything shown except the terrain here. So we'll hide that, hide that, hide that, 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 that. That's the small one, that's the large one. Yeah, I have no idea what this object is, or what that object I know. That is the pipe large 20. I know what that is, but I don't know what that is. And Blender doesn't seem to know either, because if you try to focus on it, it just goes to the origin. So let's delete that one. That's fine. Okay. And this one we can just delete as well. Bye bye. Yeah, so I should make like a 10-meter version of this. A 10-meter version of this as well. Or like an even longer version of it. I don't know. Kind of feel like I want to do that, so that we don't have to be stupid about like actually using lots and lots of these, or have them be too long. So let's just quickly do that. So let's call this pipe large 10. And I'll take that one and just move it -10 along that. There we go. And then we duplicate that again, and we call this pipe large, what should we call it? 30, 35, 40? Yeah, let's make it 35. Grab Y, that would be 25. Yeah. So those were the large ones. Then we have the small one. Same thing with that. Duplicate once. Then take that. Grab Y -10. Hide. Duplicate again. Pipe small 35. I don't know if 35 is just me pulling something out of a hat and making it longer. Don't know if that is actually like a good length, but I think we have a pretty good kit here with this now. So save that, and now then, just to export all of these one at a time, and it's a kind of a pain in the ass as well. Maybe this could be made easier or better or something, but it is what it is. Let's go with this anyway. So select basis mesh. This would be pipe large 20. And we should see, yeah, you see these resource paths coming up here. What I want to actually check here though is that do we have any sort of normals? Let's see, blah blah blah, point triangle process. Sometimes you get like errors in your FBX file if you don't have any UV map at all, and I think this probably has a UV map. Let's quickly go have a look. Okay, we need to actually have a 3D viewport as well. There we go. So it has a UV map. I think we're good. Asimp has a very weird thing, and Asimp of course is the asset export library that I'm using, where it like doesn't have a UV, any sort of UV. That's not what that looks wrong somehow. That looks wrong. Yeah, that's supposed to be. Let's just, I think I messed this up. These renames of mine. So that's a long one. Yep, 35. And we have that one, which is supposed to be 20. And then we have the other one, which is supposed to be 10. Yeah. Yeah, I messed that up. No wonder I got confused. So then we have 10, 20, 35. The small ones are okay. Okay. So export this again as FBX large 10. Export this as FBX large 20. Export that as 35. I think Blender has some sort of batch export plugin thing, which I should probably try out at some point. It's kind of rare that I actually do these kits, so it's typically not a problem. Aku's art. Hello Aku, welcome to the stream. I've been running a small 3D engine renderer with WebGPU for a week or so, finding good lights and Pong reflections. That's cool. Keep going. So large short, like that. And this will now be same thing but with the small pipe. Small 10. Small 20. Yeah, it's kind of rare that I actually do these kinds of kits for things, so I typically don't run into an issue, but it's certainly not an enjoyable thing to have to like export these one at a time. Pipe small short. So then we have shelf main. Have shelf small. We have support base. And support pillar. Like so. I'm enjoying it much more than OpenGL, but there's a big lack of good resources. Yeah, which language do you use? If you use C++ or any sort of native language, then I do recommend the what is it called? WebGPU. Let's have a look. WebGPU C++ guide. Where's the WebGPU C++ guide? You can probably. Yeah. Like that one. And I'm speaking from experience in the sense that that is where I learned WebGPU. But Tutu is right in the sense that the use of the API should be the same regardless of what language you're using, yes. But of course, if you're... Someone gave me like a Rust WebGPU guide and told me that learn WebGPU from this, I wouldn't know where to begin. So I think it's fair to say that it's easier if it's in a language you know. Okay, so now we're gonna actually start putting these things into blueprints. So maybe I'll actually do... What is this? That's unsaved. We can close that and take the kit blender thingy here and go refinery pipeline kit large 10. Even connect to the game here, so we get a preview and then do. So this is supposed to be a static body transform component, and we want the mesh for it. And the mesh is supposed to be called pipe large 10 and gray, whatever it's called. That one. That was probably fine. And here we can see the thing in all of its glory. And I'm sure that that is not correct. So let's make that a cylinder Z. Height is 10. And it just needs to be offset, and it needs to be offset -5. Except it's not really, it's -4.5. Except it's not even really that. Okay. Yeah, okay, this is not like an even number, and that's where that is where the pivot is. So yeah, it's basically that. Yeah, I think 4.2 is probably fine. Oh, you're using Odin. Okay, cool. Yeah, Odin is an interesting language. I don't know Odin myself, but it seems kind of nice. And yeah, I guess the closest thing would then be like C. Kind of similar to Zig, actually. Like a C is probably like this, the most similar one. Right, so now we can duplicate this thing. That is kind of the closest thing we can get to is the 21. We do height. This should not be like 9, right? Yep, that looks good. Then we do 35. So that is 35, and now my math skills break down. I don't know what that is anymore. We're gonna have to test it. Is it 16? No. Is it 17? Yes. 35. No, it's not 17. Okay. Is it 16 after all? It's not 16. It's not 17. It's 16.7. Yeah. That's what it is. Cool. Then we have pipe large. Let's have a look here. Duplicate pipe large. Pipe kit large 45 turn, yeah. 45 turn. Like that, and this is definitely not correct now. What in the world should we use for as the collisions for this guy? Maybe something like a slightly rotated. Oops. Move that back. Like so. 2 maybe. Yeah, 2 is fine. Position is probably minus that. And then the rotation is like maybe. Oh, not that actually. It is around the x-axis. And it's negative. And it probably needs to go down a bit. But not that much. Maybe we actually rotate it 45 degrees. No, we don't actually. We rotate it half of 45 degrees. Right? So 22.5. What am I typing here? Minus 0.2. Okay, that's not enough. 0.8. 0.6. 0.7. 0.7 is probably like a pretty good approximation of that. It's gonna cut into the pipe that it's connected to, but that's completely fine. I don't mind. Right, pipe large short. Let's use that and duplicate that. Short. And pipe large short is quite simply, what was it, 0.7. So we just zero out the position. Height is 0.7. And that's it. Okay, good. So the small ones then, we can basically copy each one of them in turn. Small. Small. And that just needs to be 0.5. Not 5, but 0.5. Thank you very much. Right, and that is actually, yeah, it's slightly offset. What? That's not what I want. Okay, so it's like 4.4 maybe then. 4.3. Yeah, 4.3 is good. There's just mindless work. 20. What? I have no errors, but we also don't have any. Small 10. And then the large one. Large. Oh, I have overwritten those, haven't I? Not necessarily, actually, but I don't have. Oh, I see. I have exported them. I just have exported them to the wrong folder. That's okay. I'll just copy them there, and the asset server goes bananas. What? Okay. I think we better start that again to make sure it reloads the paths. So blueprints, refinery blueprints. That works fine. Right, so now we have a small 20. Yes, and that should be 0.5. Why did it not work with 0.5? That's strange. 0.3. Yep, that's good. Next. So again, 0.5, 0.5. Small, and I think that should be 0.8. Yes. Good. So small 45 turn. Okay, and we need to move it forward a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit upwards. More maybe, not quite that much. Something like that, I don't know. This is kind of a strange piece to have actually collisions for, so yeah, not exactly sure. Let's put it like there. I'd like to actually rotate it more, but maybe, nah, actually that probably would not be correct. So let's leave it at that. That's fine. We have the short one, duplicate, large, so that would be small, small, and that's quite simply 0.5, and that's it. Cool. Then we have shelf. Okay. Take one of these more simpler ones and duplicate that. Pipeline kit shelf. I don't remember the exact name, so that, yeah, that would be shelf. Oh, there should be shelf main. Rename. Shelf main. And this guy can probably be a box. And the size should probably be like 3, no, 6, no, 8, no, 7. Yep. Alright, yeah, that's good. Let's move on. Shelf main, so shelf, what was the other one? Shelf small, apparently. Shelf small. Sure, and that one doesn't need any kind of collisions at all because it has the pipe running through it. Yep, and it has a part of it actually be inside of that shelf, so it can be just completely just a transform component without any kind of anything. That's good. Then we have support base. Support base. I wonder if support base actually needs any kind of collisions either. Not necess... That's not what I want. It's that support base that I'm looking for. Yup. Yup. That looks good. Yeah, I'm not gonna put any sort of collision on that. The pillar runs through it anyway. The pillar will need something though. So let's take that away. It's kind of interesting. If we save this now, this would crash because it would go like that. Don't have a transform component, so we have to be kind of careful about some of these changes that you make. So static body transform component, and it needs to be actually above that one so that it's created first. Then we get a box on the cylinder. Want the cylinder to have 0.5. No, 0.4. No, 0.3. 5. Yes, that looks good. Height is maybe 30. Nope. 20. Maybe. Let's do position 5. 17 maybe. 16.5. Should that just be... Oh, not that much. 5.5. 5.3. 5.2. Yeah, that's good. Let's make it just a little taller so that we cover that that top of it as well. Good. Okay, that's it. Phew. Are you turning them into physics objects? Yes, I am. Sorry, I didn't see the chat because I had the Blender window covering the other screen. Yes, yeah, these are physics. These are specifically static physics objects. That's what those yellow ones are. Indeed. Okay, and this has crashed. Also probably because of something to do with resources. I don't know. Okay, so now let's just do a very quick test. I'm not gonna probably have time to do all of the kit bashing today, unfortunately, but let's do a little bit of it. Let's do a little bit of it. And this quick mesh guy is no longer needed. C9, this and that. Let's just delete that guy. And we can actually go into the data here and remove the file so that I don't accidentally submit it. So again, this is where it will, yeah, C9, blah, blah, blah. So we have the work file and we have the bin file. I'm just going to delete those, then we'll get put into my recycle bin so I can get them back if I really, really need them. So, okay. Let's do this part here, like right next to this, to the one that we currently have. Should we maybe take this guy and move it off to the side so that we can actually place that guy in the correct place? Maybe that's even better. So like all of those maybe. And then it move snap to 5, not 0.5, but actual 5. Is that 5 really? Seems like such a small step. Okay, let's move it more then. Let's move it 20. Yeah, that clearly wasn't 5 earlier. I probably have to hit enter for that to actually take effect. Yeah, 10 wall units is probably okay. We missed one more piece right there. Maybe 5 is actually good. Let's try with 5. Yeah, that is roughly what I was expecting. So now we can take basically like maybe that piece. Let's see, if we filter this by like pipeline, here we have all of our beautiful pieces that we created. Pipeline kit. Yeah, let's put one of those shelves into the scene. I'm gonna copy this transform and paste it there. Oh. Yeah, that thing is just wonkily rotated. This is the correct way to rotate one of those guys. It kind of intersects a little bit there. So let's move this still a little bit out of the way. 5 units wasn't enough after all. And that one as well. 2 steps. There we go. So now we have them 10 meters sort of next to this guy. That's probably fine. Okay, so support pillar. It would be kind of nice if we knew exactly how far we need to move the support pillar so that we can look sort of, oh, not that way, the other way. That one needs to be copied to that one. Right, we know it's not 10 meters, it's probably something like 3. It's almost exactly 3, actually. We can try something like 3.1 and see if that... it's not quite that either. 3.12? .13. I think 3.13 is, you know, as close as we're going to get, so I'm gonna write that down here. And then we can just move this into position, wherever that position may be. Actually, it needs to be higher up. Like if we now take one of these pieces, what do we have? Let's actually put that into list form. Make it a bit larger. So we have the largest, 35. Let's take one of those guys, copy that into there. So it's pointing in the wrong direction now. If we move it over, is it WinForms Windows only? I guess for all intents and purposes, yes. Yes, it is. I think there's some like experimental support for other platforms, but for like all intents and purposes, it is Windows only. Indeed. And that of course has to do with the fact that it's using just raw Windows controls. Stuff that's really not available on any other platform. So now we need one of these short guys and just snap it into place and put it there. And yeah, this is starting to look kind of nice, I guess. something like that, and then we can take another one of those. Let's copy that transform. That was a large one, a long one. Put a small one, copy it there, and we need to move it under this guy. And then we need to add one of those shelves for the small guy. So we take like that, and we copy that transform to that. And there we go. And again, I think to be able to actually have any place for the smaller ones, 45-degree angles, we need to actually give it some more space there. So let's do that by all means. That's the large one, that's a small one. Yeah, I'm curious what your actual like sort of question and kind of use case was with the WinForms thing. Since you framed the question, isn't WinForms Windows only? Like, where have you gotten any other sort of impression of that, or what's the idea there? Actually, we can make this pretty tight now that I look at that. Seems like we can make it pretty tight, but we'll see. We'll see when we get to that. So then we can make like what do we make? Make it like a small 20 or small 10. So if we copy that guy and apply it there, and then we rotate it 45 more. Yeah, that's not enough to actually get it underground. So we need a 20, like so, and then we actually need to like rotate it all the way around, because we don't want that extension piece to be up there. We want it to be down here. Just move this into place. This is where Blender's brilliance comes in when with regards to like how you move things. Instead of like with gizmos, with Blender we could now just go up here and look at this and click. What would we click? We would click something like, yeah, local Y, and then we could move it a little bit that way. I can't actually do that here now with these gizmos. I have to go here and like edit it and then go back and see. That's fine. Or move it with the world space there, which would be completely bonkers. This looks strange. What is this? This is the short. Oh, that's a small 20. Okay. That's a small 20. Why does small 20 not look correct? It kind of looks like it doesn't have normals. So export it again and see, do we have any errors? It doesn't. Okay, it clearly does. Okay, it's just in shadow. Ah. But still it looks wonky. I think we still might have that problem that I mentioned previously. So draw mesh normals. and it's super slow because it draws mesh normals for everything now, but that actually does look correct. What? I'm wondering why it's so much brighter than this piece here. They should have the same material after all. What if I do like, let's hide that. What if I do like a smart, oh, that seems to have quite reasonable UV maps. That's interesting. That is very strange. Let's do a kit small 10. Copy that there and move it up. What does that look like? It's also kind of bright. Okay, I need to look at that. It doesn't affect the actual placement of this, but that is weird. I don't know what's going on with the lighting there. There's probably some issue with this model after all. Though we seem to kind of have the same thing here. Though it's the opposite way. Like here we have these pieces are kind of strangely bright. Is that actually because we have like a different material after all on them? Let's see. Block out gray, gray. They do seem to have the same material. So that shouldn't be an issue. Block out gray, and block out gray. Okay. Yeah. Very strange. But let's not worry about that this second. Let's copy that, move that there, and move it over to here so that we can plug it into the other one. It needs to go a bit upwards. Is it something to do with SSAO? No, not that either. I guess we get the SSAO off. And shadows. There's clearly something brighter about those things. What if I do like, let's do this. Enable everything. Select everything. We have some crap there going on, but that doesn't necessarily mean much. But now at least they all have UVs. Right, so pipe large 10, hide. Pipe large 20, hide. 35, hide. Large 45, turn. Short. Small 10. Small 20. Small 35. 45, turn, hide. height. Thank you very much. Short hide. Shelf main. Hide. Shelf small hide. Support base. And support pillar. Okay, save. Strange. What is going on here? Here's like, you can see it go like visibly darker as we approach the... Do I have some weird transform thing? Take like pipe large 2. Transform and everything, that's completely fine. Wow, this is strange. Where do I actually see the... There we go, normals. Oh. That's the problem. So mystery solved. Kind of. I mean, this looks okay. If we go into here and there and mark those as sharp. Auto smooth. Yeah, this new modifier is confusing me here. Do we have an edge split modifier still? Yes, we do. We're gonna take that away. I have an edge split modifier instead. First of all, does that actually help me with my... it still lists it as you know... yeah, keep sharp edges. This is pipe large 20. Something with the normals clearly going on here. It's not exactly clear to me what it is. Draw the normals again. Yeah, this looks good. The problem might be that this is missing the cap there, so that's why those normals are wrong. So okay, I mean we can maybe do it like this then, if this is how Blender wants it to work. We mark this as sharp, right? And then we export that again. Pipe large 20. Does that help? Does not help. Okay. Well, one way we can of course do this is by... Well, we can clear the sharpness there and just add a face. Except we kind of need the sharpness, don't we? Auto smooth. Still, it's still smooth. Oh my god, why are you being this way? Like I can't seem to make this like smooth shade flat, and it's still not doing anything. What is going on here? What am I missing? This is completely bonkers. Is there something with the face orientation? No. Face orientation is completely fine. I mean, now it looks like this. Like what in the world? Auto smooth. Try to undo this. I don't even know how to get rid of this stuff. But I mean, this is kind of ridiculous. Why can't I actually make this... Flat? It's not flat, it's like weird and strange. Smooth is smooth, yeah. Auto smooth is not actually taking that into account. Let's be like very specific about which edges we want to be sharp here. Sharp. Smart UV unwrap, if that makes any difference. I mean, it doesn't, and it shouldn't. Alright, someone in the chat tell me what I'm doing wrong here. This is just magic. What in the world is going on? I can play around with the angle, but it doesn't do anything. Yeah. Well, at least it's not like a bug in my engine. It's something that I don't understand in Blender, of all things. And you can see, like, I can put in a edge loop here. We have this wonky section at the end, which like refuses to be sharp. Recalculate inside. Or outside, actually. So if we remove those faces, this thing is still being wonky and strange, but now we can at least like just snap it to that and like tell that face to get the fuck out of there. How weird. Okay, so now if we export this guy, yeah, now it works. Kind of, no? Still weird. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, now they're pointing down. What? What is this? Yeah, those things are still wonky. Everything is wonky on this now. Jesus Christ. I honestly have no idea what is going on here. Should we like not use this smooth by angle thing? edge split. I mean, this is also like if I shade it flat, like is this what you expect a flat shaded cylinder to look like? This looks like a Roman temple. Like what is going on? Who is yanking my chain? This has nothing to do with flat shaded normals. Smooth, auto smooth, flat. If I take that away, it changes nothing. Oh. Why not Roman columns to support pipelines? That's a good question, except this is the actual pipeline, so we would have like a set of supports for like supporting our Roman columns. But yeah, you're right. Sounds like something these colonists would do. This is confusing as hell. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just glad it's not my code, but actually Blender that's being wonky, because there's probably something I just don't know. I've never seen anything like this before. This is bonkers. What if I shut Blender down? Yeah. Save. Save. And we get back the same thing. Okay. If I add a new mesh here, if I add a cylinder, and then I bring it over, alright, so now it's flat shaded. If I shade it smooth, auto smooth, flat, like this is what I expect flat shading to look like, not this thing. So what's up with this guy? There are no modifiers on them. It just does this very wonky. Right, like this is what I expect to happen. Now it's not smooth, now it's flat. Yeah, we can still see those because it's like the see that, there we go. If we turn these on, we can see that it has hard normals. And this is what we saw in the engine there, like they're bent backwards, right? Like what? This is what I expect the normals to look like if I flat shade something. The gradient on the texture, perhaps. Well, I mean, yeah, there's no texture. First of all, yeah, there's no texture, and even if there were, why would it affect the normals in this way? We also have like, is there some like duplicate? It's not a duplicate thing, but we have some like weird double normals here. We have just... Okay, no, it's actually not the double normals. It's just this one and that one, and yeah, that looks actually correct. This is what I expect. Yeah, you can see it actually. You can see it as a gradient that goes here. It's flat shaded. Here it's Roman column, right? Flat shaded, and then it smoothly crosses over into Roman columns. With the mesh data, geometry data. Oh my god, thank you. Clear custom split normals data. Wow. Aku is the official hero of this stream. What the hell is this? Add custom split normals data. I must have added it somehow without understanding and realizing it. Yes, thank you, man. You earned the official hero of stream badge. Now let's see if my engine actually knows how to handle this correctly now that we have. Yeah, so look at this. Now it's absolutely the same across the whole thing. Yeah. There's no weird gradient over anything there. Okay. Okay, so now we need to go through and just clear that. Yeah, and it I have no idea why that happens randomly. Well, good to know that it does happen randomly, because that was the most confusing Blender moment for me this whole year. Yeah, for some reason all of these have gotten it, and I mean, I guess this is sort of like the thing with Blender that, well, either it's a bug, which I kind of suspect it's not, right, if we're being completely honest. I suspect it's something that I've done, which, well, they all have it. Yeah, it's strange. I suspect it's like a bug that, something that I've, or not a bug, but like something that I've done in my workflow, which just happens to add that, and it's a little unclear what that actually is. But yeah, you can see when you clear it, the lighting completely changes on the whole thing. Maybe if you applied some modifier to change normals. I probably did, because like if you add an auto smooth, it adds this smooth by angle. So maybe that is what it actually does. Let's see. Let's have a quick test here. So if I set that to smooth, now it's smooth. If I set it to auto smooth, let's see, like smooth, it removes it. Set it to auto smooth, it adds it back, but it still hasn't added that. So that in itself doesn't seem to actually add it there. I don't know what does. But anyway, that was a good thing to know. I'm sure there's a good reason why it exists. Yeah, all of these pieces have it for some reason. It must have been something that I did like in the very beginning of this whole thing. Yeah, I need to clear it from that one as well. Shelf main. Clear. Shelf small. Support base. Yeah, for most of them it's actually not visible, from what I've seen, but for those ones that have like the well, for the pipes basically. For being honest here, the pipes were the ones that it showed up on. Yeah, these guys. Okay, and look at this. Now we have consistently ugly, but still consistent lighting for these guys. Okay. Yeah, Blender is Blender. I mean, I just complained today about me feeling that Blender has gotten slower recently, and I do feel that. I don't think it's. I think it's so the development of Blender is so rapid these days, and I mean there's lots of good with that, but it's gotten really good, in my opinion. Blender is really good these days, and it's gotten so good now that like not every update is actually for the better. You want to sort of be a little careful with how much stuff you just cram into a program like that over time, I guess. And it feels like they're currently not super careful about that, but yeah, you shouldn't complain. Blender is still free, and it's kind of a magical thing in the end. Actually, probably I want to move this guy backwards instead. Yeah. Yeah, I'm losing my voice here. I've been talking for like 5.5 hours or 5 hours if we don't count the break. Yeah, I updated recently to 4.2. This is 4.2.1, specifically because it's the LTS version. So I kind of tend to, at least for this project, I want to sort of a version that I know is stable and somewhat supported. And so I updated to that, and maybe that was a mistake. I don't know. I'm hoping it wasn't. I mean, I don't mind trying to stay somewhat up to date with Blender, but like I said, it's not always a pleasant experience these days to do it, unfortunately. Just move these down, but then we can move some of them upwards again if we want to, and we can even, you know, rotate them, but that doesn't necessarily do all that much. But if we want to, we can have these at like slightly different heights. Not that anyone's really gonna notice if we're being completely honest here, right? So, I think I'm gonna actually probably remove all of this now, this blockout version. So, here we have kind of the first glimpse at what this new thing will look like. And it looks okay. I think I want to put in like maybe like an additional sort of support piece that you can add to some of these. Maybe not all of them, but if you have like a V-shape support here or something like that, might look kind of nice, because like still, like we established previously, these things are huge. And we shouldn't forget to put in the support base, of course. There we go. This thing needs to be, or these things need to be matched to the height of the terrain. Perhaps a concrete-esque base there where the pipes come out of the ground. I think I need to do something here. I need to either like have sort of like a small, you know, mound or like a hill or something here. We can always just modify the terrain a little bit here to see what's going on. Just smooth it out a little bit. Something needs to be here. I don't know exactly what yet, but yeah, you're right. Something needs to happen. I wonder if this base should actually be just scaled up a little bit without scaling the actual pillar. It's of course something we can do after we've just placed them all. feels like we might have to do that. And then we have to, just like with the pipes, we have to make sure that terrain actually looks like there is something in this place. Like if you have something like this, perhaps, then quite often there would be like a little bit of a pit around it, something like this, right? Not quite that conspicuous, but like a little bit of something, and then, you know, maybe some rocks or something. Immediately makes it look, makes it sort of sit in the ground better when it does that. But yeah, okay. This was a lot of work to actually make this happen. It's starting to look okay. I mean, it needs to have texture still. I think there's still something like vaguely Victorian about this shape. I don't exactly know what it is. There's something that's a little weird maybe about it. But it's fine. Christmas lights, yeah. I mean, Project Slide had those flags on a rope. That was sort of a thing. It was sort of supposed to be kind of like Tibetan prayer flags or whatever. Like these kinds of things. So we could have those be hanging from the pipeline. Put some Christmas lights there instead. Or maybe we'll just do make a Merlin. Actually, a Merlin effect would be kind of easy to do, right? We just take this pipeline out of this level, plonk it into another level, put up a path, or then we just do the path here in this level, and then we export all of that data. We get a nice effect which plays twinkles along the line. Okay. What then? Maybe I should put up like another 90-degree turn. Maybe we can take this guy and just duplicate it. So duplicate that. And we can move it just over here. Yeah, this smaller pipe here has just actually gone into the ground. Maybe that is something that it can still do. Pipe line. That's a pipeline small 35. That's clearly unnecessarily long. Let's do 20 instead and put it there. And I think it will just quite simply go there, and then we'll keep just the top one there. I don't want to sort of ponder the ramifications of that or what that means. I think that's just quite simply how it's going to be. Right, so here we have a problem. But it doesn't necessarily need to be a problem, but it's a little bit of a problem now. We have like a thicker part here. Right? So we need to do something like this, and then we need to basically take one of these short ones and make it as sort of like an extension piece, like that. And that looks alright, I guess. Let's go with that. And maybe we'll want to have one more of these supports closer to that. Duplicate that, move it kind of close to that. Let's move it like right beyond this extension piece over there. And then just move these guys up. Yeah. That looks decent enough. And then we'll take... Actually, I'm just gonna copy all of this. All of this. All of that. Just duplicate it. Whoop. Move it up. And we might have to make some adjustments here, but let's see. Yeah, again we have a little bit of an issue with this. But let's move those out of the way. So we have these like extension parts. Like we should perhaps have had that as like a separate thing. And we can still do that, of course. Yeah, this editor doesn't have sort of like pivots where you can rotate around a specific point. It just rotates around the median point. Always. So, yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, that doesn't look good. So we need to somehow come up with a solution for that. And what is this actually? That's a 20. Okay. That's a 20, so let's put a 10 there. Can we do something funky with a 10? Actually, can we do something funky with a 35? If we don't care about the fact that it just runs through the ground, that is probably good enough. Maybe we'll just raise this. No one will know. Because you guys won't tell anyone, right? I'm just gonna... This just sort of sits here in the slope. Yeah, I might fix that later, but for now I think that is actually how it worked previously. And it didn't look very good, but if we do it like this, then we can perhaps hide it completely. It's excellent. And this place is not decorated anyway. I'm gonna put lots of rocks and trees and shit here, so it's gonna be just fine. Yeah. That's just fine. Yes, potted plant. The solution to all problems. Just potted plant. Put it there. Yeah. So basically, what I would need to have here, I guess, is... I mean, that's something that we could kind of easily do, if we're being completely honest. Is like a 10 unit piece without the extension part. Actually, we'll just take the whole thing and move it down. Like that. And that thing just goes into the ground there, just like it did previously. But yeah, this is fine. This is game development. Let's not worry about that. Can't worry about every single thing all the time. Yeah, alright. Yes. Did you know that this is all fake? Exactly. That's exactly what we're going to say. Did you know that this is not real? Yeah. Okay. It's all right. Shut that down. We can play the game a little bit. Yeah, compiling a list. Making like an angry YouTube video that goes viral about all the things that are like... Did you know that if you just drive off into the distance, you fall through the earth? The goal on this person to release a game in this state. It's horrible. Boom. Right, so let's see if we got the physics to match up somewhat. I think they do actually pretty well. I think they do actually pretty well. Yeah, they do just exactly how they should. Okay. Okay, cool. So I think this is probably good. I will do a little bit of extra stuff tomorrow. Do a little bit of extra stuff tomorrow with this. Put in those extra supports for a couple of these places that I spoke about. And then do the texturing and replace this thing here with that as well. That should be pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, smoke pillar looks cool as well. Didn't really have time to properly drive around this thing yesterday. I had to end the stream kind of abruptly, but it looks good. Starting to finally come together, this thing. Briefly dropping into delivered greetings from Puerto Rico. Well, thank you. Greetings to you. Nice to get greetings from the other side of the world. And thank you for your kind words. Still wonder about that shadow, like, is that... that's probably fine. It doesn't necessarily match exactly with the... the actual smoke these days. Because I don't know, I got kind of rid of those last few wisps of things that just looked kind of buggy. So now it's just this kind of amorphous blob, but I think that looks better. Yeah, that's probably fine. It's probably fine. Yeah, we still need to light map this place. It looks very flat in the shadow, without any kind of light mapping or light probes. Right, okay. So, I think I'm gonna probably end this soon. Thanks to everyone who hang out today. Thanks to Aku for your Blender tips. I have to remember that and remember to help other people out if they run into the same thing. So this has been a pretty intense 3 days of streaming. Not sure I'm gonna continue necessarily this streak. It would be kind of nice, but I'm not sure I have time to do that during the week. Hopefully I can continue the pace of development though. Thanks for stream, it was super chill. Yeah, if anything, I think I can offer a pretty chill stream experience, except when Blender does things like that. I was not very chill, at least myself. But yeah, I try to make it feel like a general hangout. I try to not do like super tricky technical things on stream, because I know I won't be able to concentrate myself on that stuff. And it was surprisingly tricky, just both from like a technical perspective and from like an art perspective, to design that pipeline thing. I'm still not 100% sure, sold on the whole art direction thing there, but I think it looks alright. I mean, those things aren't necessarily super beautiful anyway. At least it looks a bit more finished than it did previously, so it's nice. Yeah, maybe I should post our Discord link in the chat, like I've done for the past few streams. Keep bugging people with this thing. Probably not gonna keep doing that forever, but since we just opened this thing, still there is the chance to be among the, like, what are we now, like 10 people maybe? So among the top 20, or not top 20, but first 20. And if you would like to play this game, or rather the demo of this game when it comes out, then be sure to check out Discord, because I'm sure that is where I will be posting that. It is the first playable of the demo. Maybe I'll put out a demo on Steam when it's time to actually properly do Steam, just so that people can play the thing before they spend money on it. But before that, there will be a smaller, more rough demo, and I'm planning to announce and distribute that somehow through Discord if possible. And allow links from normal users. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Is that something I need to do when I set up the stream, maybe? Yeah. I I need to look into that. That's a good point. Thanks for mentioning it. I just typically like click myself through those settings. But sure, yeah, I should look at that. I should look at that indeed. Okay, folks. Let's end this stream today. This was, I don't know, fun. This was frustrating at times, but this was pretty productive after all. I have something to work on now and work with and improve and make more beautiful. So that's always good. Thanks for hanging out. Be sure to like, subscribe, do all the things. And see you later. Hopefully in a few days.